All right. Another fun-filled day. Cruising around in Hytale. It's nighttime. Let's go to bed. Okay. I have done quite a bit of work and testing, mainly because, I made a couple mods, I made a mod and then overhauled another mod. And so I've been testing that. This is one of the mods. So Sergio's crossbow, or more crossbow tiers mod, which has some wonderful, art and stuff. It's a really, he did such a good job on, every crossbow has its own, look. Right? But he hasn't, he hasn't touched the mod in a while. And so I wanted to tinker with it. So I did. And as you can see, this thing will shoot 8 arrows. But that's not all. It will only load, so what I did with the crossbow mod is the adamantite and mithril tiers, which, right, the mithril tier here. I still don't think storm leather is a thing in the game. I don't think it is. So it might be, a little difficult to craft this one. But the adamantite and mithril only want iron arrows. And yes, I did indeed make iron arrows craftable. So, right, so 10 arrows is 5 sticks and 1 iron ingot. So I had to do the recipe like that because there are no fractional ingots that I could use. I suppose I could have created an intermediate iron arrowheads and done 10 arrowheads per ingot or something like that, and then whatever. Whatever. It is what it is. It's all the same. But the adamantite will hold 8 arrows, and it does load. I did get all of this stuff to work. So it'll hold 8 arrows, and the mithril will hold 10. So yeah, and I rebalanced all the damages as I always do. So I based it I've uploaded the mod, the updated more bows, and CurseForge keeps bouncing it back because I updated and overhauled somebody else's mod. They're like, you need explicit permission, and so I messaged the guy and I got permission, and then I sent them a link to the post that was like, here's the permission, and they're like, that link only works for you. And it's like, if that link only worked for me, why the hell is there an option to create link to a message in CurseForge? Why is there an option for that? I don't know. This is weird that you would do that and then be like, that link only works for you. So I have to take a screenshot of him just say, that's not a problem. And it was just whatever. So the more crossbows is, hopefully I'll get that approved at some point here.
That's weird because message images could so easily be faked.
Yeah,
it's their flute.
If that's their litmus test for you got permission to do this, let me type something up and take a screenshot of it because it's so stupid. You CurseForge couldn't follow the link to my message. Your moderators couldn't look at my message and be like, the whole thread with my conversation with him. It's yeah, it's just frustrating, but whatever. Because even in the mod, I give the guy all the credit in the world for all of the the cool art and stuff that he did. All I did was update it to update 3 and completely overhaul. I completely overhauled it. But yeah, the fact that it like, you know, it unloads itself when you switch it off. I think I might be able to find a way to prevent that, because it'd be nice to have the adamantite not empty itself, but not 100% sure. I haven't tested anything like that yet, but and then the other mod I did is available on CurseForge right now. It's called Drop Chance, and Drop Chance is pretty simple. You know, in update 3, like iron and adamantite and cobalt and thorium, they show up inside of rock that is hinting that there's ore in it. So the rock, you might have 20 or 30 rock around 4 ore, right? The rock in update 3 was just dropping a rock, and then the 4 ore inside, it was just not moving the needle for us, because we had, you know, it's a multiplayer server. We had 3 people that want to outfit themselves in like full regalia here. So it's like the rock was specific enough because there's a type for iron, there's a type for cobalt, there's a like, it is special to that rock or that ore. And so all the drop chance mod does is it adds a chance to drop the same kind of ore that's inside the like the geode that you could call it. So the thorium rock type, which is actually like a dirt type. I went to the desert to look for some and found some, but it's got like a green, you can see little green seams in the rock. Well, now that rock has a roughly 30% chance to drop thorium, right? It has a 30% chance to drop the ore that hints at inside. And there are plenty of ores that don't do that, right? Copper does not follow it. Gold and silver do not. You know, those just appear randomly. There's no rock type. But if they do, if whoever is in charge of doing that system, you know, adds those rock types and does that, changes everything over, then I'll update the mod. But adamantite was the big one. Like, I was finding adamantite seams. I was finding that rock, but only 1 or 2 ore in the rock, and it was like, this is super grindy, because now the rates of veins appearing is much lower than it was in update 2. Like, I have mined tunnels through like rock underground to try to find these veins, and they're few and far between. So I wanted to add that. And then as a cheeky little thing, I added a very, very, very low chance to drop mithril from a very specific kind of rock. And that works too. That works as expected. So we do have some mithril. I have tested it in the world, and it does work. It is very low chance. You can mine a few hundred blocks and not get it, and then get 3 in the next batch that you do, right? So it's very low chance and very random. So it's a little bit easier with the vein mining mod that we have, where I can vein 50 blocks at a time. But yeah, anyway. So those are 2 mods that I have that I've been testing, which is why we have so much goddamn ore that I'm smelting. I said, oh, so much, because I went out on a mining sprees, and then we are, of course, using my better, what is it called? Better charcoal mod. It makes charcoal and logs take longer to burn, so you don't go through an entire forest just to smelt some iron or whatever. And then I changed out the mining helmet mod that I have installed. So if you had a mining helmet previously, it would have disappeared. It will have turned into a giant question mark. Because the mining helmets from Jared, they sucked. They sucked really bad. They didn't offer any actual armor, right? The mining helmets were helmets. You required stuff to craft, like metals and stuff, but they offered no resistances. There was nothing, right? And so I got a different one. I can't even remember at this point what it's called. I wish this told you when you mouse over a thing from a mod, like what mod it came from. You know, it has slot head. You just have mod, and then you just what mod did it come from? That would be nice, everybody. But yeah, I added like I added that mod, and then I tried to customize it. I tried to make the higher tiers like adamantite and mithril, if that ever happened. I tried to make the light more powerful, and discovered that there's complete hard cap on light radius in the game. Right? You can't any time you put a radius greater than 1, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change it at all. They could have this for a variety of reasons, but yeah, not being able to increase the distance that the higher tier helmets, the mining helmets, give you is really frustrating. But anyway, I put a few portals in places. I've updated the blah blah blah. I've updated the better or the map mod. Thank you. Jeez, my brain was just paused on something. So I've got better maps, so now I can actually see where I've been. So I was up here, I've been down here, been down way down to the desert. So I've just been like cruising around, mostly north-south, which is weird, but yeah. The cool thing about the version that we have now is it actually does caves. I can go down to a cave and it maps the cave, which is beautiful.
Very nice.
It's a little derpy, but that's fine. Derpy is better than not at all. So, but yeah, I've got a couple portals. I've got one to, I believe, the jungle. Yeah, I've got one into a jungle. It's the island north of us. Then I've got one way up in the ice biome here. That's right on a POI. And I did that because, as we need to craft like armor, we're going to need the essences like big time. So, yeah, that's where that comes from. The one up in the ice biome is right on like a big POI that, spawns skellies and stuff, which drop the ice essence, which is nice. But yeah, I needed those things to upgrade the workbenches. Still haven't unlocked the adamantite armor yet, because we are going to need so much chitin and shadow weave, and then more void hearts. Like we need all the gubbins. And the shadow weave comes from the ice biome, the Outlanders, and then these come from the desert, and these come from the Cthulhu demons, which I killed a bunch, but boy, it's a very rare drop from those things. But yeah, that's the gist of it. Again, if you're on my Discord, the you can download the crossbow mod on there. It's available on there. But otherwise, hopefully Discord will not be so derpy. And I understand, like, I don't want people stealing my mods either. So I understand that. It's just frustrating that the dude gave me permission, and they're like, "Oh, we can't see that permission." It's like, how do you want me to give you the evidence of permission then? Like, please tell me, because you didn't give me any guidance before. If you want a specific way of doing the permission, then do it. But all it said, the first error was like, you must provide evidence. You must provide evidence that you have permission to do this. And I'm like, okay, here's the evidence. And they're like, oh, we can't see that evidence. Oh, hello. There's a dude down here. He was down here all alone.
Poor guy. Feel like I'm in Legend of Zelda, or is it one of the Zelda games where you run into people's houses and destroy their pots?
I think that's pretty much every game. Like that's so common, and just like run into somebody's place and just start destroying their shit. How did this guy spawn? I think his buddy heard him. So the way that I rebalance the damage output of the crossbows is I made I made the thorium cobalt tier, which is the same tier, but I made thorium cobalt tier do enough damage where they can one-shot a rat. I thought that was an important minimum bar for a crossbow, for an enhanced crossbow tier to one-shot a rat. So that was the base on that. And then the mithril tier, which again, not really craftable, the mithril tier can one-shot the skeletons that we just fought, right? So that the skeletons, the mithril tier can one-shot those things. Which is on the upper tier of damage. But yeah, today I think we should go down south, kill a bunch of bugs. I need to craft a bunch more arrows. Because you go through a lot of arrows in the desert. Like, a lot.
I was gonna leave the farmer's workbench upgrade for Mr. Renegade, but since he's not here, I'm gonna upgrade it.
Yeah. I mean, he said something to me about what was going on today. I think it involved a doctor and removing a stick. I can't quite. No, because they got their tax return, they were going to go on a Costco shopping spree. Or Sam, I think he said Sam's Club. They go once a year. And I was like, that sounds about right, because if I had one of those close to me, it would be trouble. Like, it's very easy to spend hundreds of dollars at one of those stores. Like,
right.
Planting those, it's removing the water.
Yeah, I wonder if that's a bug. Because yeah, that's kind of weird. I've got the watering can.
But I know in the new update, like they're doing, more preview updates right now, the watering can will be able to do a 3x3. Just like in Stardew Valley, when you hold down the watering can, you can do higher things. They're adding that to the watering can. Is a do it 3x3, and then they're leaving it open for people to mod it. You know, the very first thing that's going to come out is like higher tier watering cans. Like there's going to be about 6 of those on the mod hub the moment that update drops. I mean, the preview, you can update it. The preview is available, but if we wanted to outfit ourselves with some good armor, I think we have enough adamantite, honestly. I mind, oh god. So yeah, there's 144 in there. We have a lot. But it goes fast. When you do suits of armor, it tends to go fast. The thing with the armor though is like the leather. So we can't pass up like heavy leather. Because we're gonna need so much of that. And then of course I have my ring of awesomeness. I don't have any of the other rings crafted. They are really, really expensive. But the vampire ring is especially nice, but it is... It's a big ask. The fly ring is itself a big ask, but I ground this out, made sure we had enough. We do have more iron to smelt, so we have 400 more iron in there. Needless to say, my drop chance works, right? It works really good. And I leave it to other people to find the specific type of rock that has a very low chance of dropping mithril. Not that mithril has a use right now because we don't have the storm leather. I don't think they did. I don't think they added that. There's probably a mod that does though. Pretty sure there's a mod that adds an ability to craft storm leather. Wow, look at that! The seeds already grew. That's crazy. All right, you want to head south to a desert?
Sure.
I have a portal with me so we can drop one down. What I really want to find in the desert is, one of those mining POIs, or we could always drop by the big bug nest that's just almost directly south of us. And yes, I could fly there, but Oz can't fly yet. He hasn't gotten his wings, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I discovered, like if we need void essence, which you usually always need void essence to upgrade stuff, the desert at night is a phenomenal place to farm void essence. Like it's everywhere.
I'm after some armadillos for the sturdy kite.
Chickens! Desert chickens! Meerkats! Oh man, can you tame meerkats? I want a meerkat. Those are the cutest little things. Oh my god, every time I shoot.
totally yoinked that. Wow. Wow. Feels bad
Murder.
killing these guys.
Murderer!
Yup. You're shooting him and he decides to shoot at me, and that makes sense.
Yep.
Go towards the scorpion. What?
But yeah, the desert at night, I mean, Cthulhu... Ooh. Oh, here's a good example. I just loaded the damn thing. So this green, you can see the little green bits in this rock, and then you have the ore. Well, the rock itself now can drop the ore, right? So there's a chance of it happening, and then you can, you know, if you have the vein miner mod, you can vein mine it and really go crazy. Vein miner is phenomenal. I love the vein miner. The only thing that would make the vein miner mod better would be actually having a UI in the game. You know, running the command every time is not a solution. Oh shit. Dos. Welcome. Thanks for the sub. All right. So if there's a queen inside this nest, if we can find it, we can sit and farm chitin for days. Like, it's really easy to farm it. You just, you know, you just can't kill the queen.
Yeah.
And then all of these little egg sac thingies can drop the ones that aren't popped anyway. And drop the larva. And the larva also have a chance to drop. Yeah, there's another one. But like the queen has they'll just infinitely spawn the bugs and the larva and all the things, and you can just sit and farm the chitin, which is nice, but you gotta not die on your way down. And they tend to die, or they tend to kill themselves on the plants down here because the plants do damage. So it's like somebody didn't think too far ahead. Ooh.
Yeah, I like those special moves. This is nice.
Oh, it suck to like get hatched. I'm in the world, and then immediately get nerfed.
Oh, the worst part is the first thing that they see, they think is, you know, they
Is there yeah.
Mommy slash.
Bud, I thought you loved me.
One of them didn't hatch. Let me put that back down. Gem of some kind. Purple crystals. Yeah, I've already got like 11.
Yeah. Like, these things, it's not a problem finding them. Like, you can find many, many. Alright. Now, I don't think that is the way. There, you know, I think there's a chance that there's no queen down here, but we have to look, right?
Yep, may as well.
See if they... Oh, there's the bug. Killing himself. Yeah, this is like... It's extensive. I'm going through all my arrows killing the little larva. I could be killing the bugs, so... I'll let the guy with the giant war axe kill all the little larvas.
I fell down to it. Be up soon. There we go. Oh man, yeah, being able to mantle is a game changer.
Yeah, I want that feature in every game now. Like it's a must-have for me now when I'm navigating. Oh shit. I wish I knew what mod added these stupid, mysterious pet pieces, because I would absolutely eliminate those from existence. Like, I don't understand why they have to add random shit to their mods, but... Ah! Sir! That was rude.
Yeah, the big guys can even drop 2 chitin. Oh, Oreo. Ois. Yeah, that drop chance of getting more from them is very nice.
Yeah, it very much helps. It's just a little higher satisfaction when it comes to like the mining process and finding more. It's just
might even be a little OP, but hey.
I mean, in single player, yes, because you don't need as much. But if you're running a server and you've got 20 people, right? Like, like there's no, like, finding enough ore for everybody to have armor would be damn near impossible. Because it's just like, you're gonna go through so much ore, you're gonna have to go miles in order to find enough.
Not to mention everybody starts in the same place, so.
Ooh, yeah, here we go. This is...
Oh, that's the queen.
This is where we have to go. Right. Press F.
Oh, damn.
There he goes. I saw the whirly bird there.
Yup. And the scariest part is this is the copper one.
Oh, there's a flying one.
Yeah, we were.
I was like, how am I taking damage? Yeah, there's the queen. So we just kind of sit back here. I need to eat something so I heal. So do not. Now that we actually made it down here, I don't want to die. So just be wary not to kill the queen, and then we just kill all the other things. That is, if they don't kill themselves on the plants.
I assume the queen doesn't respawn.
The queen,
either,
no, the queen. Once you kill her, it's. Reload. So sometimes she'll spawn the big guys. Sometimes she'll spawn the little guys, and you just kind of have to come on over here. Hey, sir, what are you doing back there? Come forth and take your medicine. Ow.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, you don't want to get in her range. She
Okay.
kind of tosses stuff at you. Oh, there's some larva.
Some more larva. Or she'll throw stuff at me up here. Oh wow, there's a bunch of purple gems over here. Oh, there's a special move.
Oh, there's 4 of them.
Larva.
Look at all those larvae down there.
Oh man.
You better heal.
Yep.
Hey,
I was close to having that up, so I held off for a minute.
don't be throwing shit at me. Not nice. We're just killing your babies.
Oh, well, when you put it that way.
I think they changed her model a little bit from when I discovered her in the last update. She's a little bit...
Yeah?
And then go behind her. Ah, running! Ow! Get! There's the treasure chest back here.
Nice.
I use the term treasure loosely, but whatever.
Yeah.
Ow, ow. Rude. All right. Well, I have 47. Oh, chitin.
43. So yeah, we're doing pretty good.
48. Oh, that should spawns a couple big ones. $49. I need exactly 50 now.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep, might as well. If you go one over, you're just gonna have to drop the whole stack, though.
Yeah, the previous update, she didn't like, her head didn't move at all. She didn't glow like that. She was like the bare minimum look. So yeah, they definitely updated her a little bit. Eee! Oh shit! Ouch!
There's one up there if you want to grab it. Pop off.
I need to heal really quick. All right, 50. Now, making your way out of here. That's gonna be the tough. That's gonna be the tough part.
Hello?
Oh man. I didn't expect to hear from you for a while. The doctor's appointment must have went really well. Oh shit.
Nah, with a trip out to Sam's Club.
Yeah, you missed the little joke I said earlier.
Oh, okay.
I said you had a doctor's appointment. Something about a stick and like a removal. I don't know. Dun, dun, dun.
Cheater. Making things all convenient and stuff.
Oh man, I just picked up 2 more. Shit. Oh, gotta go back. Oh.
If you want, I'm at 46, so you can drop the excess. Then we might both end up.
Okay. I think basically.
Oh, but there's more thorium over there.
There's something over here. What is? Look at all the chitin is. It's just sitting in the plants because the plants do damage, and so it's just like they spawn in, sit on the plants, and then die, and then do that over and over and over again. Like you don't even have to actively farm them. You just wait around and let them die on their own. You found thorium?
Yep, it was right up here.
Oh, nice.
I grabbed it. Ended up with 25. That's 61 right now.
Nice. Yeah, finding ore is not really a problem anymore. Well, finding it is. Getting enough to do things with it is. Oh.
Oops, sorry. Ow.
Yeah, we can't occupy the same space at the same time. We can't break the space-time continuum. We just can't do it.
No time cop for us.
Yep. Okay. Well, that takes care of the chitin. Ooh, what do we have here? Onions? Onions.
Nice.
Onions. But one of the best places to find thorium or ore in general is the mining POI, but I haven't found one of those yet in the desert.
Yeah, those mining tunnels are nice. Those chickens. Oh, did you drop down a portal?
I did not. No, there's nothing to portal. There's nothing special about to portal 2. I was hoping we'd find a nice POI, but we're so close to the main base that we'd have to go pretty far afield to have a portal.
Do you know you got a skeleton following you?
Oh.
He's all like, wait for me.
I killed his buddy, so he's probably like, I will seek revenge.
Keep my brother.
All right. Made it back. Move that up there. I went through roughly 125 arrows. No. It's 225 arrows. Forgot it stacks to 500. Derp.
Take the thorium bow. Rude.
Trying to build up gubbins for, better survivability, but 11 of those damn mysterious pet pieces. God, I really wish I knew where those came from. Quick stack.
Every game needs that feature.
Onion. I got 17 onions. That's a lot of onion.
Yeah.
I am out of good food, though. We don't have any more made.
Yeah, I was gonna look into some good food when we got back here.
A weird looking plant. What is this? I don't
The
recognize
other
it.
upgrade one. What was it? Cotton?
Oh. Cotton? Really? Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks kind of weird.
I am making food, by the way.
Ah, excellent.
So apparently right now there's a bug with chickens. If you tame them, they don't lay eggs. Only the wild chickens will lay eggs if you put a coop down. Because there's the latest preview update. They're on update 4 right now, so they're doing preview every week. They're doing preview builds for update 4, and the last one was a bug fix for chickens that said tamed chickens will now lay eggs. So that's why we're not getting any eggs from this damn chicken, because we probably tamed it.
Yeah.
And none of the baby animals are growing up. So that's, I don't know if we're just off on the time or what, but
Probably ended up with way more than what we needed. Yeah, I had 106 cotton, you only need 50. Want to do the honors on upgrade there, Renegade? I robbed you of the chance previously.
ooh,
There we go.
Onions and taters.
that's a lot of taters.
Are you gonna plant any, or should I?
Yeah, I can plant them.
I'll handle one of them. I'll do the onions.
Okay.
We got 25.
Yeah, I picked up no new memories on that little expedition that we just did.
Weird.
Oh, there's a mouse in the house. Get out!
No, not a mouse.
Don't you dare! You're... Why is there a bunch of stuff sitting out here? Did something die over here? There's a sword and a bow.
Weird. One of us dropped.
Did something like spawn in the tree and just fall down here? Yeah, iron short bow, iron sword.
Huh.
Put these in the salvager workbench here.
Got some miscellaneous plants. I'll plant those over here on this first column.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna need to go on another leather gathering. Murder fest, I guess. That's the best thing to call it. Like, just
We may as well fill it out so we get more essence. Or is that what you're working on? What leather are we looking for right now?
well, yeah, mainly heavy, but yeah, if we wanted higher tier armor, oh man,
The ice biome is the one that I always had the best luck with for medium and heavy.
Yeah. We can take the portal to there. Because we could also pick up ice essences. So.
No new memories. Well, that's weird. The queen didn't give us a memory.
I don't know why it just doesn't register yet as a valid thingy. All right. Ooh.
Yeah.
I guess we're on salad. He's got us on a diet, Os.
Oof. Fuse.
Okay. Where does my portal go? No, let's go to Ice Ruins. Save. All right, are we ready?
Go.
We want enough stuff to upgrade the armorer's workbench. We have enough chitin now. So we need void hearts and shadow weave.
So yeah, we need to take down the big guys. I don't think these drop shadow weave, do they? Yeah, they're just that linen. Oh
Yeah, but the ice essence is why I have to.
There you are. I was wondering where you were shooting from.
Ow. Sir? Chili? Do we have chilies?
I think we worked past those, but
Yeah, we're past them.
we can grab them anyway.
All right, so yeah, we're kind of. I didn't see. I haven't found any of the like POIs that have shadow weave. I mean, I put a portal down because it was. I mean, look to the east of us or west of us. Like, it's a good spot to keep track of. But if we go east, we might find some Outlander POIs, and that's where the shadow weave is, I believe.
Yeah.
And there's a bear. It should be good for.
Right there.
Yeah, bears are really good for the heavy stuff. Mm-hmm. Oh man, I was hoping this would continue on, but I don't know what's. And I added a mod for reduced fog because it was getting a little bit much. So we should overall be experiencing much less fog. It looks like there's a POI to the east of us. That might be a good spot.
as far as it goes, that intense fog, that would be a neat effect to happen like every now and then, like once every 100 hours or something. But that was excessive because it was happening once every what, minute.
I mean, it was like constant in certain biomes. Like it was just like pervasive.
Another bear. Jeez, that my anti-crossbow is no joke.
Yeah, the adamantite one is a beast. It's not cheap, but it's nice.
Right.
And it only fires iron arrows, so it's
Yeah, so that's another big portion of its damage too, is the iron.
all right. Where is good?
By the way, you're showing up on my compass now.
I exist.
We had that issue last time.
Oh, there's okay. Entrance located. Carrots, raw pork, other gubbins. Anybody home? Just our
Pretty sure I
luck.
heard- Just our luck?
Just our luck that we would find a nice big POI and there'd be nobody in here.
Right.
Where the heck is everybody? Corn. We have corn yet?
Yeah, we finished that one.
Oh.
I think we're approaching the top tier ones already.
Damn it. Well, slightly disappointing that nothing was over here.
Yeah.
Looks like there's more. There's like another one of these to the south of us.
Guess we'll check out that one too.
Yeah, maybe there's a dinner party over at the other one or something. And everybody's over there.
Only question is, who's the dinner?
Right. All right. So south.
Oh, nope.
Nobody saw that, right?
Nope, nobody saw it.
Good.
I did.
Is that a polar bear over it? It is. Sorry, we're systematically depopulating the polar bear population. All right. Anybody over here? I don't hear anything, so I don't know. Maybe there's a jamboree or something somewhere we don't know about.
Sounds legit.
An Outlander jamboree.
Well, I see one enemy over there. But I don't know how we're gonna get over there.
You sound different today. Anything different on your
Yeah, I got a new computer and a new headset.
Okay.
Yeah. As long as he doesn't start sounding like a woman, I'm okay. That would be a little bit more concerning.
I saw a video on YouTube. You know how everybody sounds different when you hear yourself on a recording.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is demonstrating that fact, and so and it's posed as two people, but it's actually one guy, and he just uses different shots and splices together, so he's talking to himself. But he records himself and then plays it back, and it's a Japanese girl, like a high school girl, talking in Japanese too, and he's like, "No, that's not me." It's like, "No, it's only you. Here, let me do it again."
All right. So do we go east and see what the hell is up with that little plateau? And it looks a little ominous up there.
Southeast. Just south of that plateau,
No.
there's something down there.
I was like surrounded.
Okay, yeah, I see. See what you're talking about there. Dun, dun, dun. What killed you, Oz?
Void Eye, but I had one of those ghouls and one of those big guys on me, and yeah, just chaos ensued. But I got 2 Void Hearts and 21 Void Essence, so...
Oh, there's Renegade got booted. Nobody's around. I would have. Look at all these blood rose flower thingies. Holy cow. This is the biome.
Yeah, some areas they're just rich.
Oh shit. There's a fucking Yeti up there. That's nice.
Those Void Eyes take like half your health in one shot.
Whew.
Wonder I got beat so quick.
Well, he drops 3 Essence of Fire and 2 Heavy Hides, so open season on Yetis, I guess.
Oh yeah, Yetis are great.
Make Yetis great again. Oh, there's a void eye. Five. Yeah, those void eyes are perfect for the essences is. Okay. So the POI down south here. Ow! What? What the hell is that? 9 essence of the void. What the hell was that thing? I didn't see what memory it gave me. I was too busy trying to trying to survive it.
Well, you can look at your memories in your.
Yeah, it doesn't really tell you the name of it when you mouse over it. It just says new memory. Ooh, there's a big guy over here. Void heart. 7 essence of the void. Those guys are really good for the void. Ooh. Another one of those things.
Ah, yes, those guys are like legionnaires or something like that.
Alright, and this. Oh, I've got a.
Void eye.
Yup. Guys are rough.
Where? Where the hell are all the NPCs? Like, why aren't we seeing any spawn? Boom. Oops. That would be a hard way to wake up. Laying on the floor and you get a special move arrow right to the ass. That'd be a rough one.
Yeah.
Even he was sleeping on the floor and he has a perfectly good bed up here. What the hell are you doing? More daggers. Take that.
Eve spider. Oh, that thing looks scary. I remember seeing them before, but I don't remember what they're called. Like a floating skull with Void Spectre. Okay. These guys are rough. I think the void eyes are a little tougher, but still.
Oh, Jesus. Gilberto, welcome. Thanks for the sub.
Second sub on this stream.
Yeah.
Pretty nice.
Crude arrow, why
Oh,
not?
all newcomers.
Dun, dun, dun. See if
Got you covered.
let's see if I can get my
Oh, jeez.
sack to work here. I don't want to put those in there.
Knicker. These guys are just gonna keep spawning if we don't get out of here. I've been stuck here for like 10 minutes already.
The hell are you guys doing?
Trying to get to you, but these big guys keep getting in our way. The nighttime dudes.
Let's see, where are you? I can help.
There we go. Be able to get up that.
Wow, there's a bunch of dudes up here. What the hell? Guys. Yeah, I see your arrow. There you guys are.
Yeah, we're on our way now. Now that we got past. I'm gonna check out this hut quick. Go ahead and catch up to him.
Oh.
Yeah, nothing special. Oh, it's a village.
Oh, you guys are way back here. I'm guessing you spawned back at home and had to go through the portal again. I totally made it back, totally legit.
Uh-huh.
Said there's a village? I didn't see a oh. Is that a village?
Yeah, little tiny one with no one there.
Of
Yeah.
course. I've seen one Outlander. Ooh, there's some gold.
Dropped here.
I don't have I have a special move on here. Where can I use this thing? Is there any?
Close to his position on the compass moved.
Come on. God damn. Stop moving.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got 91 Essence of the Void and four Void Hearts.
I have 76 Essence of the Void and Uno Void Hearts. Okay, suppose just
East and a little north.
yeah, okay. I see it. Whee. It's funny, I see it, the effect is raining, but shouldn't it be snowing?
Yeah, one would think. Got a Spectre next to you.
Ooh, I think I see some enemies in here. Yay. That a dude? Oh, no. I was like, is he floating in the middle there? But no, he was. Okay. Ha ha! Snipe that fool. I wonder if this is one of the ones with a big cathedral in it. If so, we want to do that last.
Yeah, it looks like the cathedral's on the south side. Or potentially.
Yeah, that big building in the southeast corner. We want to do that last. Another set of these damn daggers.
A redwood fell right underneath me.
Yeah, the structural integrity in the game is not 100% good. It's
Yeah.
that's one of the like pitfalls when you only build stuff in creative mode. You don't really know that what you're building sucks. Like, it's just gonna fall apart when the first time somebody even looks at it. So it's like, if people were actually to build some of this stuff in normal survival mode, it would actually not do that. It would be legit structurally sound. But all right, let's go tackle the beast. Ooh, I want these owl statues. And that. Oh shit. Where do these guys come from? Dude is... Oh my god. Just about...
Sorry, Renegade.
Okay. Let me reload.
Oh, a few
Ready?
people there. Yep.
Yep.
We found the jamboree! Well, Haas is just going to town.
Oh, big guy.
Haas is doing some work. So now we can, like, farm those guys if it's, like... Because there's, I think, something in here that causes them to respawn every once in a while, so...
Oh, nice.
Not 100% sure. They might have changed that, too, so... Gold. There's a thorium battle axe. What kind of battle axe you got, Haas?
Hopper.
Oh man, there's a
So-
thorium one up here.
All right. I'll go grab it. Reese.
And of course, half the place falls down.
Yeah. Thorium.
There's a
Also,
wreck
there's
in
a
the place.
cage in the middle here too. Let's see what's in there. Oh, it's a trapdoor. Okay. Ah.
And there's a secret behind this banner, in case you guys didn't know that.
Oh. Here. Nice.
Iron helm. Does anybody need a helmet? I doubt it, but whatever.
Actually, I could use an iron one. I got a copper.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That's all I got too.
I've been trying to take it easy on the stuff and the things.
Oh, there was a trap door in the floor. What was under there?
Spider up there. Just a purple crystal thingy.
There's that spooter up there. He's just chilling.
Oh, wow.
He's like, I don't exist. Oh, this is great. Just throw the spooter right at me.
Exactly as I planned.
Is there a thingy up here?
Oh, yeah. I found a treasure chest up there.
Oh, there is. I'm standing on your head. I climbed up the thing. See, everybody? I climbed up it. Isn't that awesome? Ooh, there's a good amount of shadow weave. Excellent.
Outlander Doomed Shortbow.
Oh, shit. That I did not expect. I didn't think the chest was holding up, you know, half the structure. You have a bow. Let me give you my crude arrows. I don't need... I have zero use for crude arrows.
I'll pick them up. Go ahead and drop them down there.
Renegade picked them
I
up.
got him.
Okay.
I have 46 shadow weave scraps. Which is not bad.
I have 16.
Because most of the ones that I've gotten are from actually like loot and not
27. Yeah, it does seem like loot is a lot more profitable.
Lucrative. Lucrative.
Yeah, so I wonder what's in this trapdoor. Did you find anything down there?
I thought I didn't even
In the
look because I
water?
figured somebody had already looted it. Like,
In the water,
Yeah.
just a purple, well, it's purple crystals.
Oh, okay.
right. Nothing in the tower. I don't think. Oh man. This not OSHA approved there. All right. Tomato. And I'm full again. Thank God I have one of these bags. 'Cause dear Lord.
Yeah. Surprised you don't have a second by now.
Well, I've been trying to not splurge too much in that regard. I just...
Yeah. Not sure if there's even anything in these towers.
Ooh, more Shadow Eve. I'm up to 50 now.
Nice. Alright, there's another small village to the northeast and one to the southeast.
We haven't even looted all the stuff from this place. Like, I've been finding tons of chests that we haven't looted yet.
Wow.
I'm up to 100 Essence of the Void. Holy shit.
Nice.
That's a lot of Essence of the Void. Glorious. Anybody want to try these fucking Outlander daggers? I have 3 sets of these things.
I think I've tried the daggers in the past. They're not horrible, but they're not great.
The special move on them is like now famous for being able to travel really, really fast. Because you like leap up in the air and you maintain your momentum so you can chain them, and people are just like basically flying like Superman, like with the daggers.
A lot of cobalt deposit in this space.
I found another set. 2 more sets of the daggers. Dear God. 2 sets of daggers in 1 chest.
I think they're trying to tell us something.
They're like, we don't like these daggers just like you don't like. All right. What should we do now? Should we go to the other village that's literally like right next to this one?
As well.
And see just how many sets of daggers that I can actually accumulate here.
Yeah.
Let me drop the beam. Okay. Now, the tough part's going to be getting over there. I mean, not for me. Y'all might have some troubles with how steep these cliffs are. Whee! Sniped his ass.
Treasure chest in the same building. 3. Damn.
Oh, shit. Yep. Got their attention. Dude is chucking his knives at me. It's not cool.
Knife chucker.
Oh, there's another set of daggers.
What do those break down into? They look like they're thorium, but maybe cobalt?
Could be, yeah. I mean, cobalt would make sense because that's kind of the resource of the zone, but
Yeah.
oh, I have a special move ready, and I don't have anything. I don't have anything to shoot at. Really?
Maybe we're gonna have to take a salvaging thing with us.
That would be smart. Which is against our,
Yeah, that's why I can't do it.
That's against the rules. I have 6 sets of daggers. I have some iron daggers. I don't count those, though, because those are just iron daggers. But, yeah, 6 sets of the damn doomed Outlander daggers. I don't know what blacksmith was making these, but they made some money on these daggers. Like, okay, let's see what else can I put in the bag and not. The reason I'm a little tentative about throwing just anything and everything in there is the last time we played there was an issue with the bag. It was kind of derping out a little bit, which is why
Oh yeah.
why I wasn't super trustworthy of it. So like the super important stuff I keep on my person. Except the dagger. I don't count the daggers as super important, but they don't stack, so they don't really... They're not a good thingy. Okay. Reload. Well, I don't know what happened to Renegade. He just kind of disappeared or something.
Oh, he's still looking in the other one, it looks like.
I don't know. What happened to the AI behind these guys?
Ah, behind you.
Oh, shit. Holy shit. What was that, Renegade?
On my way.
Oh! Took that guy down. So what kind of cool stuff did you get from Sam's Club?
Nothing really cool. We mainly stock up on non-perishable type things.
Yeah, that's what I usually get at those places. Like
Cleaning supplies, canned goods, stuff like that.
us.
Anything left in there?
Yeah.
I'll get 'em.
Well, not the chest. Look at this chest. There you go. I wasn't sure.
I've been
what-
grabbing the chests too, just cause.
Yeah. Oh, I always grab the chests.
Okay.
When I have the space.
I saw you grab the Grim War last time. Is that?
That's a deco. That specifically is a deco item. I think we have a couple already, but yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
Let me quick stack some of that gubbins. There's a chesticle back here.
All right. Oop. Come on. Barrel. There we go. Oh man. Sorry.
Yeah, I saw that happening in my mind. I'm like, this is absolutely gonna collapse, which is why I zipped it. That's why I zipped up here, because it was like, there's no way this place is gonna stay pristine. Like, I don't know why these things collapse. Oh shit.
Did you get the stuff on the other side?
I saw Renegade over there in the spider webs.
Ouch.
Nothing over there.
All right.
Dun, dun, dun. Oh, yeah, there's a chest just sitting out here on the open. Anybody need any stamina potion? Because, you know,
I think I have one if you want to toss it at me.
it's in the chest over here.
There it is. Ah, okay. I actually had the larger version, but I'll take those anyway.
And he left the chest.
Oh, I'll be back for it.
Oh, I already
I
grabbed
got
it.
distracted by something else. Because I'm boss. Oh, is that what you were doing in the other place? Is digging down in those holes and stuff?
Yeah, seeing if there's anything underneath.
Okay.
There ain't. Which is Zippity.
Yep.
Okay, so then the question is, do you want me to put a portal down over here so we can zippity doo bob back here just in case stuff respawns? I don't know what the respawn mechanics are of anything like this. I don't know if it's time based, if it's like whatever, but I can drop down a portal. Since there's two of these right here, it would be a good place.
Yeah, I'd say it's a good idea.
Good place to do it here. So this would be Outlanders. Here we go. Oh, Cobalt. And of course, I don't have any fucking space.
Let's see, where are you? There you are.
There we go. All right. I doubt there's anything under here, but just in case. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. I'm too full to wander around in a cave.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see what these daggers. They do indeed not only give cobalt, they also give shadow weave scraps.
Nice.
$126 shadow weave scraps. That was a pretty damn good run.
Very much so.
Alright, and this, it's all of that. Get rid of it. Oh. That was the first time I ever set myself on fire on one of those. Let's empty my bag. Holy cow, look at all this stuff. And I do like that you can shift and click and drag stuff to, like, move inventory slots. That's really nice. That was a really nice addition.
Wow, that is one expensive upgrade for the farmer's workbench. Wow.
What's is it?
What is it?
Oh, pedals? Jeez.
I think hearing your reaction when you actually go look at a buggy would be better.
Yeah.
That's my take on it, at least. Would you agree, Oz?
Oh yeah. I think that's a requirement.
I'm afraid.
Afraid. Very afraid.
We got ice logs. I don't know how that works. Like, all right. Oh, I did it again. Put seeds away. So, farmer's workbench?
Yeah.
Holy Moses. 100 of the pedals? The storm pedals and the azure are actually not bad. It's the blood pedals. Like, I don't think they actually want you to do that because there's nothing to actually upgrade. There's nothing to actually unlock. Well, there might be possibly two seeds to unlock, but my thought is that is that expensive because they anticipate being able to actually plant those things. Because up until now, all of those requirements were stuff that, basically stuff that you could plant, potatoes and onions, and so by having those petals in there tells me like that that stuff we should be able to plant at some point. Because like the azure petals, we can get those in those blue biomes. The storm ones, those are, I think, in the desert. There's a lot of those plants around. The blood petals, though, that's brutal. So yeah, I'm thinking that those are going to be plantable. All right. Grab all of this stuff.
I've only got a few memories, but we may as well turn them in.
You should hold on to your memories.
Never.
You're forgetful enough. Okay.
I mean, true.
Dun, dun, dun.
Poor bunny rabbit.
Alright. I think I've been the only one that actually is scrapping any of the stuff we bring back.
Oh, I was planning to do that before I left. I just had to...
Look at all the shit in this chest. Oh my god. Stone Trork Spear. It's funny, this salvager's workbench is the only thing in the game that actually has like recognizable recipes in a separate like area. There's just like a recipes thing, and then just the salvaging bench is the only thing that has recipes defined. Everything else, the recipe is defined in the thing, right? So the thorium hatchet has a recipe component that gives it the recipe. So if you're looking for the recipe of a specific thing, you have to look at the thing and then get the recipe on that. It's just a component. Except for the salvager. The salvager is just recipes. It's the only workbench in the whole thing that the recipes are a separate thing. Bro, what? Excuse me. You're just roaming into our home,
Yeah.
attacking me in my home. Thought this was a nice neighborhood.
He was brave.
Yeah. Bro was like, "You want some buy some Amway?" No soliciting. I don't know where I got hardwood planks from. I don't see any missing blocks in the house. Like, I don't know where those would have come from.
Maybe one of the tools that you salvaged?
I mean, maybe. That's definitely... yeah, it could be.
Should I hold back on any of these recycles? Scrap level, stone level, copper. I think we can get rid of all those.
Yeah, the iron, copper, those are definitely ones you can get rid of. Any that we have many of. You know, we don't need 3 sets of the daggers. Having 1 dagger is fine in case somebody wants to tinker with that. Same with the doomed Outlander sword. Like, we have 2 of those in there. Same with the bows. So it's just like having 1 of something that's unique is, you know, somebody wants to tinker with it and compare and contrast damage values and stuff. That's good, but otherwise it's not really anything special. And we can finally upgrade the armorer's workbench. Here we go. Yay. So I'm gonna make the adamantite mining helmet, which is it's expensive. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's fucking expensive. But I wants it. If somebody wants my thorium one, it's, you know, perfectly fine. But I want the adamantite one because it's adamantite. Okay, there's the adamantite, and then let's do the armor. I'm still rocking the iron armor, so that's... And then the panties. And the gloves.
I wonder if this is gonna reveal an exploit once people start releasing stuff. The Salvager workbench gives you ore back. And it's quite typical of mods to have stuff where you know, like crush the ore and get some back and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's mods will... mods will be mods, I guess. Like,
Yeah.
you can very easily make a mod that cheats like crazy. Like, it's not a problem.
Yeah.
And I grossly missed the cost. That's going to be 30 oh, we are going to need so much heavy leather. Oh my god. Okay, I might have to go out on a bear hunting spree. If I want to get adamantite pick and axe, and it's going to be crazy amount of heavy leather. 30 heavy just for the upgrade of the workbench.
Ooh, that was nice. The Troc helm gave 2 heavy leather.
Nice.
And the Outlander bow also gives 2 heavy leather. Heavy leather. Oof.
Heavy leather.
Me and pronunciation not good. Yeah, the extra shadow weave from these doomed equipment is handy.
I might have to edit the drop chance, or basically the drop amount of heavy hide to be a variable amount, like a higher amount from the bears and the moss horns. Like, killing a bear and getting like 1 heavy leather is kind of annoying. Same with those moss horns. Those things are huge.
Does Mr. Renegade need the thorium equipment that's in the chest?
Yeah, I'm still rocking copper.
Okay. I got a little bit of iron, so you can go for it. Oh, I'll recycle the stuff that you replace.
Spooters.
There's thorium pick in there too if you need it.
Oh, I definitely want to kill that thing. What kind of tree is this? Oak, maybe? Oh, I don't have my axe. Damn it! I put all my thorium stuff in the chest.
Oh.
Okay. I've only got 3 big hides. Where are...
And we're up to 223 Shadow Weave. Very nice. Oh, one of these furnaces finished up. What should I load in there next? There's one with adamant.
Iron.
Iron? Always need the iron.
We are going to need vast amounts of iron if everybody wants rings.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I made these guys mad.
Looks like
Holy.
the other one's wrapping up pretty soon too. What, well, I suppose just more iron.
Yeah, you can split it up. No. From feast to famine with these guys. Came across a POI that had like 9 dudes in it.
There we go. Yeah, so they're both burning the iron.
Sorry, Mr. Bear. Oh, see, only 1 hide from that guy. That is just bad. Two from that guy. Oh, Jesus. I do love when the bears pop out of the ground right behind you. That's always nice.
Surprise bear.
Surprise, bear!
Since you contain forces, I figured, hey, maybe let's grab one of those. Another one if I can find it.
Did you guys see the post that I put in the Shady Eyes chat? That was the craziest. I was crying laughing. That the sequence of my X feed was just like it. There could not have been better. I just was crying laughing. It was so funny. I don't know if like the algorithm was just knew that those posts belong together or what, but if it was, that's a pretty smart goddamn algorithm. And if anybody wonders what I'm talking about, I actually posted it on my Twitter. I took a screenshot of it. It was one post, and then the post right under that was reacting to the post above it, but very different. Like, there's no way. Like, the one below it was, you know, Mickey is reacting to the post above it, right? It does, like, people post that kind of stuff all the time. But in my particular feed, what he was reacting to was literally like a juvenile elephant jerking off. That's essentially what the video was. Was like a young elephant was jerking off. It's just like, it was just the craziest feed. And I was like, last night I was just going through scrolling just before I went to bed, and I saw that, and I was laughing so hard. It was so hysterical. If Mickey would have been flipped, right? If he would have been mirrored horizontally, his mouth would have been open right at the it would have been open right at the perfect spot, and it would have been even worse or better, depending on your point of view.
Or better.
But yeah, that was fucking crazy how funny that was.
Yeah, what are the chances?
Oh man.
5 moss horns here. There we go.
There we go. What moss horns? I don't see any moss horns.
Yeah. Not anymore.
There's just not a
And in
lot.
completely unrelated news, moss horns have been added to the danger.
Yeah. Ah. Wow, really that far south. Okay. So the reason that when you're shooting a crossbow, that the third arrow does more damage is the game treats that like a combo. And so there's in the game files, you have three different settings for damage for a bow. You have normal damage, you have combo damage, and then you have signature damage. And the signature is like the special move, right? It's the supercharged thing. You know, you could literally like balance it so the signature does less damage if you really wanted to. Which is kind of like what the regular bow does with the signature damage, because it reduces the damage of the arrow, but it shoots 3 arrows, right? So a single shot from like a I think a cobalt bow was like 25 damage. But when you do the special move, you're shooting 3, but they only do 9 damage each. So it's like the crossbow is definitely better in terms of signature because of one shot. I think I set the one-shot mithril signature move is like 180 damage in one shot. Like, it'll one-shot pretty much everything. But yeah, I did set the adamantite crossbow to use iron arrows, and of course I made a recipe for iron arrows, but yeah, that was like a 5 or 6 hour long rabbit hole that I went down to figure out how the hell the game system works. How does the component system of the game actually work in order to make that change? Because you would think that you would define a bow, and then the bow would be able to have a component of what ammo types are like what ammo types are good for this bow, right? But no. The bow has components. Everything that you can do with a bow is a different interaction component, right? And so the actual definition of what ammo type the bow uses is actually defined in like 4 different places, 3 or 4 different places. You have to go in and change which ammo type. So there's no way in the bows with the game right now, there's no way to have it shoot multiple types of ammo. Like, be able to choose. Like, if you have 3 different arrows in your inventory, to be able to choose which one to shoot. That does not exist. Nor does it exist the component to change the amount of damage it would do per arrow. Because the damage it does is defined in the bow, not the arrow. The arrow is almost meaningless, right? The arrow, it does not matter what arrow you're shooting. It's the bow that defines how much damage it does, which is kind of, again, it's kind of backwards from how you would like intuit that system. So there's little things like that, and the fact that it's the depth, like where it's defined. The fact that you have to define the ammo in there's a component that when you're reloading, it fires a component that removes 1 ammo from your inventory, right? So removing an item out of your inventory is itself a component. And so there's a variable in the interaction. There's an interaction variable that is what kind of ammo to remove from your inventory. And so you have to define it there. And then there is the definition of the actual reload action itself. That is trying to find a type of ammo. And if it finds it, it runs the next requisite components, right? It adds those components to the thing itself. And if it fails, it has to also add a component of the failure animation and sound effect. And so, like, every little thing in the game is defined in a component chain that, you know, it's like what's a good example? If anybody out there has ever worked with a database, if anybody out there has been a database programmer or person, there's a terminology in databases called normalization. When you normalize a database, and that is, it's basically how often you repeat variables in a database. So let's say you have a customer database that has customer IDs, and then you have an order database that has an order ID, and then you have an item database that has all item IDs, and somebody wants to order something. Well, you would, in a database, in a heavily normalized database, you would have the ID numbers chaining together. You would have an orders database, an orders table that would have client ID, that would have item ID, that would have, whatever. And then you would just have, somebody's order would just be a bunch of those. Or you would have an order table that would have an order ID with a bunch of item IDs and a customer ID. Stuff like that, right? Super heavily normalized. You wouldn't have any amount of data that's replicated. When you start denormalizing a database, you start adding variables into tables that come from other tables but are just replicated to reduce the amount of joins and stuff that you have to do on a table, because when you join data from tables, it does cost, there is a cost of resources to that. And so
performance hit. So you're making a decision. Do you want to process faster, or do you want to save data space?
Right. And there's a balance. There's a balancing act with every solution, right? If you're a company that needs crazy amount of performance with your database, you want to denormalize it a lot, right? You want one grab the data and get out. You don't want a crazy amount of things. If performance is not really an issue, if you have like a low if it's not an issue, then you can normalize it crazy, and it slows everything down, but you're not wasting any space, and so there's an element to that. So in those terms, the component system that Hytale has implemented is a crazy, heavily normalized version of that concept, of the ECS component system concept. There is no, everything is such a granularized component system that when you shoot an arrow and that arrow hits something, to damage that thing, it adds a component to the thing that then damages the thing when that component system actually updates, right? The arrow itself is not damaging the thing. The arrow is adding a damaged component that is then picked up by the component system and then executed, and then that is what's removing its health, right? And so you have a system that is, instead of doing direct damage, which would just be a single arrow hits thing, does damage to thing, right? Directly. No. It is arrow hits thing, adds a component to thing, which then another system, which is the damage system, has to pick that up and go, okay, I'm going to damage you, right? And while it works in practice, though we've not really had a big issue with it, it would completely collapse under stress, right? I think the team is going to have a huge issue a year from now when mods have gotten crazy, right? And people are expanding a lot. There is a limit because of this component system and how heavily normalized it is. There is going to be a hard limit on the number of entities, multiplayers, the amount of damage. Imagine you have 50 people going up against a crazy amount of like Outlanders in one of those Outlander things. Instead of having like 6 Outlanders in there, imagine there was 150, right? And you had a group of like 30 players all tackling that all at once. The game would collapse under that. Like the lag would be so crazy intense, it would be unplayable, right? Because then it's having to sync all of that to every client, right? It works right now. We've got 3 people. We've got, a very tiny amount of enemies that we're having to simulate, and it works. But it's not scalable. The way that their entity component system works is not scalable.
I think I have a perfect example of what you're talking about. That's probably why 7 Days to Die became unplayable. If you remember, once we got to a certain point in the game, once everybody started building up all their skills and stuff like that, you open fire with like a rapid fire weapon, and the game, the FPS would just absolutely plummet.
Yeah, and it was a combination of several things. For like 7 Days did not have an entity component system, right? 7 Days, the back end of 7 Days was not sophisticated. It was not built. But yes, Oz is right in that it broke down late game because of all of the modifiers, right? The fact that everybody was basically shooting automatic fucking machine guns, right? That didn't help, because every one of those bullets was simulated. The trajectory was simulated because, and again, with the buffs that people could have and the ammo types, you had a piercing thing where a bullet could go through 3 or 4 zombies, right? When you're able to do a hit with a single bullet, that's bang, bang, bam, bam, right? Well, imagine you're shooting from a machine gun, right? You're shooting 300 a minute, and then you have 6 people doing that. And each one of those people, every one of their bullets, they have a bunch of modifiers on top of that, right? They have perks. They have percent modifiers. They might have like to the point of having their guns augmented with damage modifiers. So every bullet now has in it a packet of a huge amount of shit that has to get processed for every hit. Every time this thing hits something, you have all of these modifiers that are stacked up, and then you have a bunch of people shooting it, right, all at once. That's what it will happen to Hytale in under load. The same thing is going to happen because the component system, the way that they built it, it's way too normalized, right? They are going to have to go in and optimize the hell out of these components and strip out a lot of this granular normalization out of their component systems, because it's servers. If you have 20 people in a party and they're going to raid somewhere and they've got they've got mods that buff the amount of mobs that are spawning, like when they go into an Outlander thing, you could add a mod that buffs the spawns like crazy. Like instead of 6 guys, it wants to spawn 50. The game would completely break down at that point. It would not be playable. You would have lag, you would have rubber banding, entities would not be dying, you'd unload arrows into them, and it would not help at all. And so it's just one of those, like, the more I started looking into the component system, the more I realized that there's going to have to be some major work on the back end in order to get it ready for what I think players are going to want out of the game, right? I think that they're going to desire, big multiplayer experiences, because that's, of course they're going to do. Some of their promotional stuff for the game years ago was giant crowds of players on a server, right? You have big multiplayer servers, you have a meeting place for everybody, basically the spawn place for all new players. You could have 50, 60 players on a server. Which, if you're all just milling around talking to one another, it's fine. But as soon as you go out as a party and start raiding things and start doing a lot of stuff, the component system is going to completely collapse. Like completely.
On a kind of big guy over here. Do you want to fight him?
Go, take him on. Prove your mettle. Because I don't know where over here was, and you could be 100 blocks away, so I don't know.
A fair number of blocks, probably.
He's
150
like 1,000
200.
blocks away.
I think we fought him before, so it's no biggie.
Yeah.
He's a big skeleton with looks like copper-ish type armor.
Yeah, they're good to take out. I got 10 more heavy hide, which is nice. I was going after the workbench. Oh, we're up to 16. We're halfway there. And then what are the actual tools gonna... Oh my god, yeah, the tools are gonna cost a bunch.
Yep, those guys dropped fire essences.
This is...
Yep, essences. Oh, I got an ancient steel hand crossbow. Nice.
Scrap sword.
Oh, that's weird. Oh no, it's ammo. Okay, I thought it said armor. I thought it gave me armor for a crossbow. That would have been kind of cool, actually.
I'll put some of those in here.
Yeah, you know what you were saying. When it comes to normalizing a database, it's almost a requirement for a business system to have normalization. Because I mean, imagine if you had to have like customer information, their address, all the way down to their address on something. That'd be a huge amount of space. That's the big reason why you want to normalize.
And there's plenty of examples of not. Like years ago, I was working for as a consultant in Microsoft, and we had contracts where we had to have we were doing data dashboards for various divisions, marketing divisions and stuff inside Microsoft, and we were using a program called Siebel Analytics that was a giant like database system that you could dashboard incredibly high volumes of data and then present it in a statistical sort of way. Like, imagine taking like all of the Xbox users and being like, all right, what are the top games are they playing? What is the average play time? All of that kind of data and metrics. Well, when you have millions,
I'm still in the game, I think.
yeah, OBS, like YouTube. I think Microsoft heard me talking about Windows and something. And it was like, oh, you said Microsoft. We're gonna cut you off. Am I back? Are we still going? Yeah, OBS. Like,
Let me see.
yeah. Okay. I think it picked back up again. Yeah, that was weird.
I had a commercial right when you said that, so my stream is a bit behind.
Yeah, that was weird. Because I looked over at OBS and it was like no signal, no data. And look over at the YouTube and it was like, please connect your software. I'm like, well, shit. I think Microsoft heard their name and it was like, nah, cut this guy off. So what we were doing in the thing was we were taking the normalized data, right? We were taking the massive millions of rows databases, and we were running DTS packages, were data transformation services. So you'd take this data, and then you would aggregate an individual item, like this customer ID, and you would have all these variables, but they would all be aggregated variables from huge tables, and you would just run this package on the whole database, creating another table that had your data in it, and then you would put a dashboard up around that data and be able to present that data in a way that, marketing people would be able to read, aka non-technical minds. So it's like when it comes to Hytale and it comes to that kind of stuff, the game is good, and it's got elements that are phenomenal that I want in every game, right? I was talking to Robert last night about the difference between Hytale and Vintage Story. There are elements of Hytale that I would absolutely love to see in Vintage Story. That if Vintage Story had these elements, I doubt we would ever play Hytale again, right? Because Vintage Story is just, it's a superior system. It's a much more mature back end. Giggity. And it's like you would have much more ability to mod and have good mods in Vintage Story because the system is a little bit more robust and more mature by a long shot. And with Hytale or with Vintage Story, the detriments, the things that I would love in Vintage Story would be the navigation aspect. The fact that navigation in Hytale is so easy to do, the mantling, jumping, the fact that you can jump up two squares, right, and then you can mantle up a ledge, right, that. It's something. It's a minor thing, right? It's a minor thing, but it is so helpful in
quality of life.
I mean, it's just in navigating the world, right? You're just in general exploring. It makes it so much better. Are you anywhere close to base, Os?
I'm not, but I could fast forward if you wanted.
It's getting nighttime. I don't want to sleep.
Yeah.
So that's one aspect. It's something simple. You could probably do it in a mod. You could probably do it in a fairly simple mod. You just add an entity component onto the player, and you're good to go, right? You would just have an entity component, and that component would affect A, your jump height, and B, some way of detecting the mantling. I wouldn't even know how to do that, but a way of detecting you have a ledge, at a certain height, and you can climb up the ledge anyway. And then the second aspect of Hytale that I think Vintage Story needs in spades is the richness of the environment and exploration. And I don't know where Renegade went. Now Renegade's AFK or something. Okay, there you go. So the fact that you can travel just a few blocks, if you look at the thing here, you can see we have desert down here, we've got a little volcanic area, we have snow, we have another volcano. So traveling here, we could travel and get to a whole different environment and have a whole different experience with all different enemies right here, and then go down here and do the same thing, go over here and do the same thing. And you could expand that out even more. You could say the further you are away, right? You could have biomes basically say, hey, this biome does not exist, any closer than 1,000 blocks to spawn, right? And so you have to go at least 1,000 blocks to even have a chance for X biome to spawn. You could do things like that where you have a richer environment. The concept of biomes doesn't even exist in Vintage Story. It just doesn't. And the geologic areas of Vintage Story are so large that you could travel 5,000 blocks and still be in the same goddamn biome that you spawned in. Like, it's you have to travel so far away using the default world settings that it's like it's miles. It takes hours to get anywhere and do anything. And the fact that you can walk so far and there's nothing to see. There's nothing. Right? The world of Vintage Story is very barren. It's very minimalistic. There's not much in it. And the same is true underground. So I had a conversation with Tyrone like 4 or 5 years ago that was around Vintage Story and what his plans were and what are some of the things that I saw as opportunities. And I was like, making the world a richer experience. I would really like to see that, because I think it would go a long ways to like keep people engaged. The fact that there might always be something on the other, like on the horizon that you can go and explore, or underground. The fact that there's almost nothing underground to even experience, and Hytale is crazy how much stuff there is. Like, there's an entire biome underground with like dinosaurs and shit. Like, that's crazy how different that is. And so like it's one of those features that I look at and go, this would be a game changer for Vintage Story. And Tyrone I don't think he was really interested in that kind of thing, which was really sad. I really
can't necessarily blame a guy for having a vision of what should be in there, but he should also, especially since he has so much in the way of modding, he should make it so that it has a feature where you enable it and then all those features appear. Like there's a barren world option and that's the default, but if you wanted, you could do the rich world. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and one of the things that holds him back in general in Vintage Story is he kind of pigeonholed himself in the lore of the environment. Hytale is a very fantastical, non-Earth-based sort of world. And so you're able to experiment with zombies and skeletons and fantastical magic things and, really crazy sort of concepts. You have the freedom to be able to explore those in Hytale because they didn't lock themselves into a niche shtick, right? The shtick of this is like an Earth sort of, this is like Earth in the future somewhere, or maybe in the past, I don't know, but the barren ruins of a long lost civilization are all that's left, and we're just picking up the pieces from this weird temporal thing. It's like, yeah, it's cool, and I like it, but you're already limiting yourself in what you're able to explore in the world as far as like the mobs and all of the different things. Unfortunately, since you're sort of, you kind of limit yourself, now you're also limiting the modding community, right? Because
they almost have to follow that theme now.
Yeah, it's very hard to break that theme as a mod, because what do you do? How do you pursue that? And you're also limited because of the whole dimension thing. You know, like Hytale left open the ability to have multiple dimensions, right? We could throw the ancient gateway down right now and create, you know, three shards and go to 3 completely different worlds, and that system is completely moddable. I know Quentin, you know, QP Tech and Chisel Tools from Vintage Story created a mod that created mining dimensions for Hytale using the terrain system, literally using that gateway. He created an entire dimension with like adamantite, and you can go to an adamantite dimension, and he created just the ability to do dimensions that way. And I was talking to him about it. He goes, yeah, it's crazy how easy it is to make other dimensions. He's like, it's devilishly simple to do this. It's a crazy powerful feature. And like, this is one of those features that when I talked to Tyrone years ago about like what his ideas were in terms of dimensions, because, you know, like it or hate it, something like the Nether allows for a level of freedom and creativity to modders and players in exploring, you know, an area that's, for one, harder to survive in, right? So you just, in general, it's just a tougher area to survive in. And B, is so vastly different to the normal overworld. Like it's like you're on a different planet, and that gives you freedom to then be creative and experiment and, you know, introduce mobs and introduce ores and introduce all of that stuff around this tougher environment as a way of progressing and as a way of leveling up. And then the drops and the ores and stuff from that area could be used in recipes for, again, advanced. And so Hytale kind of has that in the magma area here. This is a brutal area to survive in, especially if you're low level. Like, it's brutal. And, you know, so it's kind of built in. The desert is a little bit harder. So you have like the normal spawn biomes, you know, that are fairly easy. And then you have the desert, which is a level above that. And then you have the ice, which is, you know, basically on par with the desert, but it's, you know, it has its own challenges, navigation especially. It's much harder to navigate the ice biome than it is the desert. And then finally you have the difficulty of the magma islands. And then you have the difficulty of the jungle underneath them, which is its own special level of difficulty. And so you have built into the game already different tiers and all of that kind of stuff, which is brilliant. Like, it was a brilliant design. Like Vintage Story really doesn't have that, right? The latest story chapter adds the devastation, those devastated areas, but that's that's part of the story. That's not a recurring biome that you run into out exploring, right? It should be. Imagine you're out exploring in Vintage Story and you're still rocking like cheap ass like bamboo armor, and you run into one of those devastated areas. Like, you don't know what the hell's going on. It would be very obvious that this would be not a good place to settle down in. So, you know, that would be an idea for Tyrone to be like, hey, let's introduce some of this devastation. But I don't think he'll do that. I don't even know if the devastation exists until you unlock that next tier of the story. I don't know if any of that stuff exists, because the Resident Archive doesn't spawn in the world until you unlock it in the trader. That's when it spawns in the world. You just randomly come across the Resident Archive in the game. It doesn't work like that. So,
Daisy Dew popped in and was gonna say hello, but can't chat.
yep.
I messaged. What's up?
Yeah, can't have everybody just wandering in the chat to talk. Unfortunately, I got burned early on. One of my very first streams, I remember.
Yeah.
Is the reason for that rule.
If I remember correctly, you caught it just in time before the...
Yeah, I remember that very well because I muted somebody like came in and said something. I was like, nope, mute. And right after that, I heard everybody else's reaction. And I was like, oh, I missed something bad. And yeah, obviously the person got like banned right away and whatever. But if I would have broadcast it, that would have been bad.
Yeah, you could have gotten demonetized. And
oh man,
banned.
Yeah, it's just one of those like, humans are not good creatures. We're just in general just not. There are really good people and there are really bad people, and unfortunately, the bad people seem to get all of the attention. But I think we should go to my other portal that I've placed down, up in the magma caves.
I've been hunting for leathers, so you might want to pop. I've got another 5 heavy on me.
Yeah, I've got my tools now, so I am good to go. Y'all probably
I'll head back home here quick.
I'll process some more of this hide.
Yeah, do we want to just start straight up processing any heavies that I get, or do we want to still... Or I suppose, what level should we maintain for the raw hides?
I don't know, as far as like the heavy, I tend to want to try to keep enough around to maybe make a bag, a greater bag. So it's like 4. I try to have like 4 heavy hide, since you're bringing some back. I put a few in there, but having enough around for a bag in case I just get frustrated with inventory and I want to craft another bag. I keep meaning to look for the recipe. I don't know. I'd have to look at the file on the server to see why we can't unlock. Why the trader in the ancient gateway here. Why he doesn't reset his gubbins. There must be a file somewhere that that controls that isn't in the world, right? Because I've deleted when I created the server, right? I flat out deleted the files for the unit. Like, I deleted all the files for the worlds that we had already, and so that file that controls whatever that is, because I created in my test world on my local machine, I created a world to test the mods and stuff that I was doing, and he works fine. He has like restocking in 13 hours or whatever, and it's just fine. But for some reason on the server, something about it is not working. So yeah, it's very weird. I'm gonna have to look to see what other files might control that. And if you see the little error there, if you see that says one or more asset packs targeting. So the devs, in their infinite wisdom, or fever dream, made mods. When you make a mod and you create the pack, right? You can, in the editor, you can create a pack. There is a button now for server version, and you just click the button and it puts in whatever the server version is that you're on, right? It just puts that server version. And it's very, very specific. Like, literally the build number of this, like, very specific server version. And if you're playing with a mod that isn't an exact match, you're going to get that pop-up. You're going to get that error, right? So those errors probably are coming from normal, like, oh, just suddenly started raining. That error is coming from probably a couple of the mods that we have that don't have that field filled in, or it's filled in for maybe a previous version or something. Because they put out like update 3 came out and they put out like 1 or 2 more versions on top of that right away to fix some bugs that weren't found in the month that update 3 was being tested. And so you have multiple server versions rapidly firing out. Well, every time the server would come out with a new version, modders would have to go in and just hit that button. Hit the button and just update the server version, even though it still should have worked. So that is going to get changed. I guarantee effing to you, they are going to rethink that. Because, you know, people get really spooked when they install a mod and you've got this bright red fucking error that pops up on your thing the moment you enter the game, right? People are going to get really spooked about that, and they're going to be like, oh, maybe I shouldn't be using this. When the mod is fine, the author just didn't go in and click a button, right? That's all that's different. And so there's no actual logic going on behind the scenes that's actually testing whether the mod is actually compatible. It's just pulling that version and comparing that version to the actual server version, and if they don't exactly match, it throws that error. It's when I saw that, it was just like, it just was. I just said, this is never gonna fly. Like, it's so stupid. Like, Vintage Story has now moved to a more forgiving system. Not exactly forgiving, but a more forgiving system where you can select like multiple versions that you're compatible with, and it will be fine. But yeah, it's crazy that they have a very specific version in there. I need to craft some more arrows before we go. Let's craft. There we go. Okay. The portal is set to the northern badness. Be prepared. I tried to put the portal in a place that, you know, was safe-ish, but we are in the jungle under the place.
So, welcome to the jungle?
Welcome to the jungle!
Here I got eaten by a raptor.
Yeah.
And you know what's crazy? Those plants, by the way, those weird plants, those are classified as a reptile.
Oh.
Hey, those things give heavy hide. Now we know where to go for heavy hide. Let's kill some pterodactyls. I mean triceratops. And we have dinos and raptors and all sorts of gubbins, but
Dino Raptor.
you bred raptors. Medium hide.
Ah. Oh. And of course, I find the one pool of lava around here.
I don't know what kind of wood these are, but... Whew. The T-Rexes are brutal when you run into them. Those things are tough.
Jeez, come on.
Oh, shit. Ah, he poisoned me. Bastard. Yeah, try not to jump right on top of me, because, you know, we can't occupy the same space, so every time you do that, you push me, and it's like, ugh. I think he does that on purpose.
I know what you're talking about.
All right.
Can't remember, did the pterodactyls drop the other two?
$15 adamantite from that little vein right there. Oh, Jesus. Right in front of me. The dude spawns right in front of me. Hopefully they fix that. Hopefully they fix it. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh yeah, there's new fruit down here too.
I'm sorry, Triceratops. You shouldn't be made of really useful things. Oh, right behind you. Dinosaur spawned literally right behind you. And I was like, I saw it happen. Little bastard. Little bastards. Hate those. And they don't drop anything, which is really frustrating. Because, like, at least drop something useful. Stupid plants.
Yeah. Yeah, down here is really nice to have a thorium set. That poison is nasty.
Random structure in the middle of nowhere. Oh, I see an os. A very hurt os.
Yeah. Very hurt. Okay, yeah. Pterodactyls only drop feathers.
Ha! That's funny.
Yeah. Well, feathers and meat, but yeah.
They literally don't have any feathers on them. Iron. Hard. It's hard passing up the iron.
Yeah.
All right.
Triceratops, you're made of meat and leather.
So there is. If we make our way back to the portal in some way. Yeah. I think I made a path. Yeah, I did. So, if you look to the east, or east, Jesus, west, like straight west from here. Yeah, just basically a straight line. I'm going to deviate a little bit to grab this guy. Oh, look at all the dinos over here. Yep. So up there.
Oh, mining tunnel.
Treacherous. It's just basically, it's a way out, but it's also oh,
Sorry.
thanks for that. That was nice. There's just a dinosaur down here ready to eat my face.
He's respawned.
Oh, this is just a murder area here. Oh my god, they keep spawning.
Oh, jeez. Another one spawned.
Okay. Yeah. There is a continuing tunnel over here. Let me.
Yo. What's the... I can't afford it. Oh, dang it.
And one of these, like, I created like a vertical shaft that goes up, but I can't remember. Oh, I missed.
Yeah.
Yeah, here it is. So this goes straight up. So I mean, you could.
And is this the lava?
This
biome?
is up to the lava, and you pop out as long as you stay. You can basically. Come on, game.
Background music changed, so we're out of the jungle technically.
Oh, here's some iron.
Nice.
All right. There we go. Right under a tree.
Yay.
Oh. Don't fall down that hole.
Yeah.
There. Now we're on the lava. And it's like AKA the relatively more livable biome of the lava area, like but this way we can grab some cinder cloth, some essence of fire. Ooh, there's a dude. Oh, saved your life.
Yeah, from that little excursion down there, I've got 19 heavy hide and 17 medium.
I've got 28 heavy.
Wait.
Yeah, had I known that, I would have gone there to farm that shit. Like now that
Yeah,
I know
I can-
heavy hide it's Triceratops time.
Yeah. It almost feels bad that they're passive creatures.
I know, it's just like the moss horns. It's like, oh man, why do the passive creatures have to be made of such useful stuff? Another one of those dudes.
Oh wow, that was a tiny patch of iron.
Don't forget to mine all the rocks around it.
Yep. I only got 3 with that included.
Yeah.
So it was pathetic.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, there's oh, that's lava. Forgot the lavas have that colored rock as well.
sounded racist. Colored rock. Jeez. Gotta be discriminatory on the rock. That rock may or may not have a use. Everybody, don't discount it.
Well, I was excited at first because I thought it was adamantite. Oh, speaking
Yeah.
of, here's another deposit. Ois! Yeah, 25 adamantite.
Wait.
Have I mentioned that I like your addition?
It's very handy for not grinding out ore as much as you have to normally.
No, come on.
Oh, there's it. Iron. Normally I grab it, but
Ah, yes, these guys do drop cinder cloth.
I'm in murder a bunch of things mode, so. And I'm hoping at some point in time in the future that a POI like this will be just full of dudes running around. Because it seems to me like it should have a bunch of dudes running around. You know,
Yeah.
I think I've already been up and down this area.
Yeah, I think we hit this one before. I don't have it on my map, but that's because the map
I know I did. Oh, there's a chest. Did I miss? Oh, yeah, I missed. There is a thorium mace in here. That's the first one of those I've ever found.
Oh, interesting.
Thorium greaves over here.
Come grab that if you don't want it.
I already got them, so you can have them.
Okay. Made a potato seed, yay!
Another chest I missed. Nice.
There's a high roll over here.
Yeah. I didn't get all the chests while I was here. Weird.
Yeah, you're usually pretty thorough.
Thorium short bow. Right.
In the middle of that windmill, there was a treasure chest. Had to open it specifically. Whoa. Oh, it happened anyway.
I was trying to prevent y'all from coming down there just because of that, because I haven't got the fly ring. So Oz decided he didn't want to live anymore. You know.
Shoot.
Okay, so we continue south from here. It's going to be quite the run to get back to us.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you don't make it, that's fine. But let's see what else is on this little island. There is a magma area next to the ice portal that I have not been to. So, because I noticed that. Ooh, there's some magma rock. So let's see if we get some good RNG. Nope. Try this one. There it is. Nice. Ooh. Another little village here? Nice. Sniped him. Oh, burnt skeleton knight. I got a new memory from that guy.
Nice.
That guy got double penetrated from both of us. Ooh, there's like a basement? Oh. That was underwhelming. Oh, chest. Potato sprout. Anybody home? Ooh, fancy beds.
Yeah, if we had the white feathers, we could afford 2 more of those flight rings.
Yeah, I didn't get any more because it's part of the, you know, it's part of the experience is tracking one of those down, and getting it. So I didn't like. I made sure we had enough materials in general, but that was the one that I wanted people to actually get for themselves, because if you don't earn it, then it's not as good.
Where do it's pigeons, right?
Yes, that's one of the creatures I can do it.
Do we even know where they spawn?
Yeah. I've seen about 5 flying around the house in the last 3 hours. They're just a bitch to hit. Like, they're hard to hit, so that's the challenge.
Yeah.
Is they're not easy to hit. I know Renegade showed me up last time. I was trying to hit one forever, and he comes in and shoots 2 arrows and plinks one down. I'm like, God damn it. Damn it! I wonder if this is the thing that the overworld or the normal, because this looks like the kind of temple that's in that you find dotted around like the biome that our base is in, right? With the same work in progress thing like that. So I wonder if eventually these two, like, those will be linked. This will be linked to the one.
Or it could be a dungeon.
I mean, it could be, but it's the fact that there's one of these in the magma and one in the normal, like, low level area, just to me sounds like it would be a good match to have them link up together. But this biome is so devilishly tricky. You have like little single blocks missing from your path, and you're like, oh, I'm just going to jump over that. Well, it goes straight down into lava, and there's no way out. Ooh. Noise. Okay. Whee! Ooh, that goes deep. Ooh, that goes deep. I think eventually we're going to have like scuba gear and stuff. So. At least that's what I've seen in all the promotional stuff is scuba gear. All right, chat. Test your knowledge. Test your knowledge of random shit. What does scuba stand for? And do it without Googling, cheaters. If you can come up with in the next 2 seconds what scuba stands for without Googling it, then you get extra bonus points. And my respect. But if you Google it, you lose respect. So it's too late. And now I'm not going to accept anybody's answer. And you've watched me this whole time. Stands for self-contained underwater breathing apparatus. So, yeah, I am a dictionary of useless facts. Mr. Bear.
I remembered that it was something that made sense when you hear it, but I didn't remember exactly what it was.
Just like the term taser, the company that invented them. Taser is an acronym too. It means something.
And that's one of those like, you don't really, like, it's a really obscure one, because it's based on a sci-fi story, and it's funny, I don't remember what the sci-fi story is, but it's Thomas A. Swift's electric rifle is what Taser stands for. And Thomas A. Swift is a character in a sci-fi novel who has an electric rifle, and so that's where the Taser comes from. Laser is another one that's like, at one time I knew exactly what it was, but laser.
I know laser.
Yeah, laser is like light amplitude.
No, light amplification by stimulated emissions of radiation.
There we go. Yeah, it's a bizarre one, but not as bizarre. It's as bizarre as all the other ones, but yeah. Ooh, there's another Outlander Duvaleki. Dude, bro. Yeah, now that all the dudes are dead, now I get my special move.
Yeah. That's how it always works.
Oh, there's a dude. Boink. Haha. Didn't even have time for all your question marks to pop out of your head. Why is this one flooded? This is a flooded. Oh, Jesus. Just excuse me, guys. I'm gonna reload. There you go. Finally found a fucking mining area, and it's all flooded. The hell? Now
There's the underwater ring that we could make.
Yeah, I've been holding off on doing all the rings just because they're just as expensive as the fly ring. So I wanted you guys to have the option. What's up? Yeah, now if I grab all of these lights, are they going to disappear out of my inventory again? Because I got hosed last time I mined a bunch of these. Ooh-wee.
Yeah, they were in the backpack or something.
Yeah. I don't know where Renegade went. Oh shit. Whoa! Whoa! Mr. Lag! Yep. That's what I thought. Well, that's what happens when I start lagging out like that. It's like... Renegade is like, the server's like, come on, Renegade, you can do it, I believe in you. Oh, nope.
Nope.
No so for you.
Well, considering on the map, you were still at the island yet right before I got kicked.
Yeah, you're a little ways behind there. If that was the case. Oh my god, look at all the gubbins here. Just so many of the gubbins. We need a trash can icon in our inventory. That's what we need. Everybody. Any developers out there? No, there's not any developers. But we need it. 100% trash can. Little like trash can icon, look over here. Just drag stuff into the trash can. Because, yeah. Especially when you're on a multiplayer server and you drop a bunch of shit on the ground. It's like, then somebody comes by and picks up all the shit and they're like, God damn it! There's lettuce seeds. I don't think we need lettuce seeds. I'm pretty sure. We don't need lettuce.
Yeah. We don't need no stinky lettuce.
Oh, that's bad. Yeah, that was bad.
Ooh, that's a nice adamantite deposit. I'm totally going for that. Wow. Cluster of 13 adamantite. And then let's get all the rest of the stuff. 22 from the partial ore thing.
Nice.
So yeah, I don't think we're hurting for adamantite anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew we wouldn't be. It's the secondary things for the armor that is so fucking expensive. But now that we have a place that we can farm crazy amounts of heavy hide, that's going to be less of a problem.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus! There's a sneak. Sneak.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Trying to get over west here. Was I smart and bring? I didn't. Fuck. I didn't bring another portal. Damn it.
Oh.
Might have to do the cheap fast travel home. Why am I not uncovering more map? What is going on here? Did the game just die because Renegade's satellite changed or something? Like, what is going on right now?
I haven't had a map for like 2 hours.
All right, now I have to look at the server things and stuff. Okay. 2041 is the last. So that's 241. 2041. Why does it think it's did the server just no, there's a couple more lines. Entity use block event. So somebody's using the workbench. So that's fine. So oh, somebody crafted a fly ring.
Really? I didn't.
It says fly ring debug entity use block event workbench state definitions tier 3. I don't know why it says fly ring if that's not the case. Somebody just used a workbench. I guess
I
not.
mean, I opened the workbench up, yeah, but
Huh. I wonder why.
need one.
Yeah, I'm gonna reconnect. And let's see if we can just load in again. And hope to God it didn't foobar my character. Fly ring on ready, on play ready failed. Not in thread. Oh no. Whoever is in charge of that fly ring, I hope to God they know how the fucking game engine works. Because if they put all that shit in the wrong thread, that would be a problem. Oh my God, the map broke. All right, everybody log off.
All right. It looks like it started when we were underground.
I'm going to have to go.
But appearances can be deceiving too, so.
I'm going to stop and restart. Okay. Give it a hot minute to clear memory and do the garbage collection thing. And yes, everybody, I did finally pull the trigger on EU5. And I haven't I haven't even played one game yet, and I'm already looking into modding it. Now I don't know, like in general, I don't know what kind of audience there is for EU5. I know there's a lot of creators out there. But my interest in it isn't in making content for it, because I know there's plenty of people out there that are much bigger channels than mine that they hoover up all of the views for that kind of shit. So, all right, let's try to go back in it here. So all I did was reboot the server, or restart the server. Oh, that was a big red exception. What was that? Failed to dispatch event. Assert not in.
Back in a few minutes.
What event? Oh my god, that's player event. Okay. Everything loaded in. Let's see the map. Hey, look at that. The map started generating again. I'm trying to see what this event. Build a dispatch event. Player ready event. Player event. Reference. Yeah, looks like, yeah, it's whatever triggered that wasn't. I can still fly, so that's good. So that was fine. And again, I did try to increase the range of this effect of the mining helmet. There is no way you cannot change the range of a light. This goes for torches and all of that kind of stuff. And I think the mods, there is a mod that does make things brighter, but it's a jar mod. So they had to go in and literally change the code of the game in order to support that. And you see how slow the chunks are loading in here. I don't know why it's so slow. Like, I know the chunks are there. The dudes are standing on them, but they're not. This is, again, why right now, the state of the engine as it is right now, there's no way you could have a huge, like a server with a ton of people on it. There's just no way. I mean, it already struggles. And there's 3 of us on here. Like, it's bad. There is a huge amount of dudes in that POI. I can see them. The dudes are loaded, but the POI isn't. You can see there's like 6 or 7 in there. So I'll leave that for later. I'm gonna go around. Oh man. I can tell that fog mod that I've got is literally fighting against the fog right now. Like, the game wants to completely fog out my view, but the fog mod is fighting against it, going, no. Took too long to preload process hook for chunk. I'm getting a ton of those now. Yeah, I don't know the chunk generation system in the game, the terrain generator, like the version 2 of the terrain gen that people are experimenting with right now. I don't know architecture wise, like if that's going to be in general faster, because I do know that when people are posting screenshots of some of the terrain they're generating, you know, the more complex it is, the more likely you are to see somebody say, like, you know, this took a while to generate. But there could be, you know, quite a lot of optimizations that can be done there. I'm at least hoping there is. Because, yeah, generating chunks in the world it's pretty much every other chunk it's generating for me is throwing this took too long to generate. Because the more, think about like what the algorithm is actually doing when it's generating a chunk, right? It's generating that based on a whole lot of rules. First of all, you have the terrain itself, like the height map and all of that. Then you have many, many layers that go onto that. You have little deco layers, you have ore, caves, POIs, entities. You have all of these things, and trees especially are heavy because they are, you know, they generate. Something tells me that the trees in the game, a lot of them are like prefabs, basically.
Yeah, that seems likely.
Because I notice, you know, I notice a lot of similarities when the trees spawn. Like I don't look block to block. I don't examine it like perfectly, but it just seems that like the design of the trees, there's a finite number of them, like a finite number of varieties that you find. But I could be completely off. Obviously, it could be one generator that just looks very similar to one another. But yeah, I would put another portal here, except I don't have another one. I forgot that. But this would be a great place for one.
A workbench. What does it? Oh yeah, you've got to build up a lot to be able to get one. That's right.
So
Is Renegade still at the base?
I don't even know if he's here with us. He might have moved on to the ether. The ethereal plane. Otherwise known as his wife needed him. Okay. I'm gonna take off my armor. And fall from a really high place. You know, I'm gonna fast travel home, everybody. Ow. What? No damage. Excuse me? Is it because of my ring? I thought the ring was off. I've been getting fall damage when the ring is off. Did they fix that? Did he fix the fly ring? You must have. You must have fixed the fly ring. Okay. Well, in that case... There we go. Fast travel!
Oh, looks like I know fast travel too. Not really by choice, but totally by choice. Yep.
Totally what I meant to do.
Yep.
A ton of heavy hide. Oh, ton of... 49 medium hide. Jesus. I murdered way more than I thought I did. Thorium mace. That's a beast. Let me put that over here. That's a unique thing I've never seen before, so... Let me put my armor back on. And I got a thorium short bow. We already have one of those, so I can scrap. That's food, that's food, that's food. Why are there's skellies right out? Like, dude, this is our farm. Get out of here. Bad skelly.
Maybe it likes vegetables? A healthy skeleton.
Yeah. He has strong bones. Ah. Sprout and onion. Mm-hmm. Crude arrows I'm going to put into this chest. Alright, now I gotta put away all of this shit.
I had found 2 pigeons, so I was nice and I killed them both.
Ah ha ha!
Yeah.
You ruined, you know, whatever.
I mean, you could just ban him from being able
If anybody,
or
Renegade is
grab-
the better shot. Like, he's the guy that took out a pigeon from like 30 feet in one with 2 arrows. Like, it was crazy. I shot at it when I first made it in the last update. I shot probably 30 arrows trying to kill a pigeon. I just could not hit the damn thing. And Renegade comes over here and plink plink done. It's like, God damn it.
Reminds me of a relatively old movie now, Bill Murray movie, where he's robbing a bank and he has his pistol that he took with him and he's shooting at the camera, and you know, he just can't hit it. He unloads the entire clip, and then the security guard had a revolver, so he grabs the revolver and shoots once and bam, just right at it. He looks at it funny, then he shoots at another one and it hits it. It's just like, whoa, okay, whatever.
Accuracy.
Yeah. To be fair, a revolver does have a slight edge in accuracy, from what I understand. But I wouldn't say it's that ridiculous.
And mushrooms are out here.
And I'm sure that's also the kind of thing that varies.
All right, inventory is sorted. Whew. Let me go craft. A couple of these and put those away. Mithril. Yes, my drop chance mod. If you guys want to use it, it's on CurseForge. It's literally called Drop Chance, and it's got my little logo on it, so you can see that the FG logo is on there. If you want to figure out which one it is, I think it's the only mod on there that's called Drop Chance, though, which is weird because I thought there would have been many, but oh.
He's back.
It is Renegade. I saw the scrolling. Oh, I saw the scrolling stuff. Oh, somebody's coming in. Okay. Oh, it's time to sleep. Oh, getting back to EU4. So,
Oh yeah.
I've watched in the last, roughly 3 weeks to a month, I've watched a lot of people playing EU4, a lot of videos. One channel over everybody else, Ludi et Historia. He's a really good player, like just really good. Got like 2,000 hours in the game already, and but the game, like the vanilla game, you start at the year 1337, which I it's amusing that it's 1337. But you start in 1337, and then 1836 is the end, and it ends like you hit 1836 or 1837, and the game is over. Like it's just like this is it, and you're done. Like no matter where you are in your campaign, that's the end date. And like I'm watching this, and everybody, especially Ludi's games, he's so good at the game that by the time even he comes close to that date, his economy is crazy. He's the best in the world at everything, and so the game does need to be balanced on the high end, like which they are trying to do. They're adding a complacency debuff to really big. If your country is really big and you don't have any threats, complacency starts building up, which starts giving you debuffs, which makes sense. This is what happens. But so there's a hard cap on the date, and I'm like, I don't like that. Just going into it, having not even played any of it, you have 500 years of game time, and there are actions in the game that take years to finish. Like if you're annexing a country or something, it can take 40 years to annex a vassal or something like that. So it's like the time scales. While you have 500 years of history to play, it goes fast, right? It can go fast if you're a slow player like I know I would be, and so I was not liking that there was a hard date. And so that was the first thing I looked into. Can this be modded? And I looked into it before I bought it because I was like, I want to make sure. And I kind of learned that like almost everything in the game is moddable, right? A lot of the underlying mechanics are not moddable because they're driven by code, right? So it's like you have code that does all of this, but like you can edit the map, achievements, advancement. You can edit everything, and you can add all of your stuff. You can add cabinet member actions. I mean, you can add and change and remove tons and tons of like everything. You know, and so there are big grand mods that people are making, huge scope mods. There's one called Extended Timeline. That's a carryover from EU4 that literally makes the timeline. What their mod is doing is allowing you to start in like 30 AD and play until 9,999. Right? They're literally giving you like a 10,000 year ability to play the game, which it's admirable, right? But like, what are you gonna do after year 2050? Like, what kind of stuff are you gonna include? Like, the most players are gonna have the craziest countries at that point. Like, if you're playing that long, you're gonna be dominating the world easily. So I didn't want to tackle a scope like that, but I did want to extend the end game. My first thought was making a mod like that where you start much earlier, but you would have to do an immense amount of content just to get up to where the game starts, right? If you start at like zero, like year zero, you would have 1,300 years of content that you would have to include just to get up to the base game, which would be, I mean, you'd need a team of people doing that. That would be crazy. So I thought to start a mod that at first seeks to just extend the end date, so allow you to just play longer. If you know if your country is not exactly what you want by 1837, you can play longer. And so I initially set the end date, and all I did was edit the end date, but I set the end date to 2100. And I named the mod Modern Times because it's the start of an idea that I have sort of forming in my mind of doing the kind of crazier, more modern style content, which I think that the studio avoids on purpose. I think post 1837, you start getting into some crazy like, how do you how do you do the advancements and how do you do this? Like, the game already hits subjects that are. It's funny that they do. And it's admirable that they do. Like, you can have a whole SLAV infrastructure in your colonization efforts. Like, you can have crazy shit because it's historical. This shit happened, right? So all of that is historical and etc. So it's one of those things that even YouTubers who are playing it try not to say the word still, because YouTube is more sensitive than your average viewer, right? It's like, oh, you can't say this word, and it's so stupid. But like Modern Times, I would slightly rebalance the end of the game because they like introduce railroads and stuff way too early. They introduce it almost 100 years too early, just so it's, you have a railroad system by 1837, and it was like, I don't think they were even introduced until, I don't even know, like 1850 or something like that is when the first railroads were actually built. So, rebalance those a little bit to more match historical like areas and stuff that the railroads appeared. But then what I would do, because the biggest problem, anybody who's played the game can let me know like what their ideas are, but right now the economies of your game can run unchecked ad infinitum. Like, you can just run with the economy to the point where you're making 10,000 gold a month, and you're just like, you have millions of gold in the bank, and there's nothing that can touch you. And that's not realistic. That's not how these countries were run, right? These were people were fighting against taxes all the time. Nobles were fighting against it, and you have the early 1900s. You have all of these dynasties collapsing around the world, and all of these monarchies collapsing around the world for a reason. And so it's like, how do you gamify that? How do you introduce that? And so I'm just rolling around ideas on, like, how could you introduce like more modern ways of doing government or thinking about government, and also having the population react to those things. But including in the simulation an impact of industry, especially as you get into more industrialization in the late 1800s, the heavy industrialization that was happening was having an impact on the health of its citizens, right? So yeah, you had a crazy amount of, industrialization and productivity to the detriment of the health of all of its citizens. There was something famous in the UK and London where they, in the middle of the 1800s, you had this massive industrialization, and they had like a 6-day period, a very strange 6-day period without any wind. There was no wind. It was like still and foggy and no wind, and like 6,000 people died because of the smog, and it was impossible to breathe, right? There wasn't any wind taking the factory smog out, and so it suffocated thousands of people in the city. It was crazy. It was really the event that started the awareness of industrial pollution and started like going, wait a second, we need to rethink this. Having these giant factories in the middle of a city is probably not the best thing, right? It was the start of that, is all these people died because they couldn't fucking breathe. And so you would introduce you could industrialize, but the higher building levels in a city, this is how I would balance it. The higher the building levels, because you could have like 160 building levels in a city, and that could be any number of industries. The higher that number, the lower the health or the lower the population growth of the city, right? And that would kind of balance, like, if you have a net negative population growth, that would indicate that there are more people dying than being born or moving into the city, right? So it would counterbalance that a little bit. But you'd also give opportunity and advancements to research better ways of doing it, right? You would give the player the option in the early days to have reduced productivity, but also reduced impact on the health and welfare of people. Or you could go full brutalist and be like, I don't care, like we're gonna pollute like hell and get super crazy amounts of production, and I don't know, just like tackling the modern times in the framework of EU5 and the simulation that they've already provided. I think would be a really interesting thing, because they don't really have a game that does that. None of their games cover the trials of modern life, the trials of modern times, and the decisions that have to be made, right? So you have Victoria 3, which is a more broader economic simulation of that sort of genre. That's more geared towards nitty-gritty production levels of every country, but still taking place in Victorian times, right? 1800s. So the 1800s were basically Victoria. And so you have Vicky 3, which is, an economic model in the 1800s. You have Hearts of Iron, which is strictly World War II, right? That's just a war like strategy game. Imperator Rome, which obviously is based on Rome, and then CK3 Crusader Kings is sort of a funny roleplay version of EU4. Like it's more like, you know, it's more of a thing where you can marry your sister and you have a dynasty, right? That's CK3 is the crazy shit that you can do in that. So there's not really, none of their games really give you a deep look at the modern world, which I think is missing. And I think they do it on purpose because it's, you know, very polarizing, and every decision they would make, you know, everything that they would put in a game like that, people would be upset about. Some group would be upset. Like, how dare you include blah, 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 blah. And it's like, you can go fuck yourself. Like, I don't care. Like, make your own mod. If you don't like what I'm doing, make your own mod and do it differently. Like, whatever. Like, I guarantee you, if you do your way, you're going to get just as many people that are angry at you for doing that. So there is no, like...
It's the thing, you know, do you include the stuff that really sucks, or do you exclude it? If you include it, well, then you get the people complaining that it's there. If you exclude it, then you get the people complaining that it's not there.
Yeah, you get the people saying, this isn't realistic, why didn't you include this? And it's like, yeah, I would absolutely include it because it would piss a lot of people off, right? Because it's like, you're not doing your job unless you're pissing somebody off, right? If you're trying to make everybody happy, then it's going to be a shit experience, right? Nobody's going to play it if everybody's happy. So it has to be challenging, and it has to be realistic, right? And it's got to be tough, but it doesn't have to be insulting. It just has to be like, this is the world, and this is how, you know, we can have that discussion. You know, if this mod ever makes the light of day, and I'm actually working on it, and there's interest in it, we can have those discussions. We can have those debates of like, all right, what way, you know, I'll do it a certain way, implement it, and then we can have a discussion. Like, how would you tweak it? How would you change it? And I could easily incorporate that feedback, but at least have the conversation, right? So I think that would be just I think it would be just interesting to do that. And I heard, switching gears to Hytale for a second, Simon tweeted out that I think update 4, or I don't know if it's exactly update 4, but I'm hoping it is, but they plan on adding a ton more block types, right? Whatever that means. But I've been holding off building a cathedral in Hytale to see what kind of options and block deco and stuff like that is available. Because, you know, definitely want to build a cathedral. And just waiting until, you know, there's maybe a few more block types to use. Bricks and just various things. But if we want to go back to that bigger island, now that if we all have fly rings? Does everybody have a...
Okay, Renegade's got one. I take it Renegade grabbed 2 feathers also?
No, I just killed a lot of birds and happened to get a lot of feathers.
Because, yeah, we've got 2 left. And
well, it's good. He killed...
Yeah, we're just having fun shooting the birds.
yeah.
I'm sure the birds might complain about that, but... okay. So I've got portals on me now, but we're going to have to teleport back to the ice. Wait. Yeah, back to the ice. So let me... Ice ruins. Need a helmet, Oz.
I've got one.
Oh.
I just turned it off.
Oh. Yeah, when I turn mine off, the light goes away, which is sad.
Yeah.
Yeah. I might see if there's a way to... 'Cause, yeah, I tried to customize this mod and increase the range of the light. But you can't. It's hard capped. There's a hard cap. All right.
Or if we're more Shadow Weave.
We're not really for anything. It's just something to do.
Oh, okay. There he is.
Oh, that's a renegade.
Isn't that a good reason to shoot him? Or wait, sorry.
All right, so westward we go. Now, the fly ring I like to use to get to somewhere, but once you're there, I like to take her slow, not cheat too heavily.
Anti-tear.
Ooh, that was a... Wow, it's still going back.
Okay.
Nice. All right.
Oh wow, dropping light leather? That's sad.
This is like comparing this playthrough to the first time we played. Does it seem to everybody else that there's like way fewer enemies that spawn?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say
Especially
so.
here.
I just get the feeling like the first time we played, man, there were just enemies everywhere. Which was
The spawn area, that biome, I think that's about the same, but this one,
Maybe we just rolled the dice on a less populated one, but yeah, it really does seem like it's a lot less.
yeah, like my test world was the same way. I was like to test the crossbows, like I was roaming around to try to find enemies to kill in my test world, and it was just as barren. Like it was just as hard to find enemies to kill. It was like, where the hell is everybody?
More adamantite over there.
Next thing I want to do is see if there's a way to to make these the higher level ones not lose their ammo when you swap out of them. I'm not sure if there's a way to do that.
I would imagine it's a base game thing.
Well, everything is editable. Like,
Well,
the fundamental tenet of it is everything is editable, but it's just what kind of shenanigans do you have to do? What the fuck is this thing? Magma slug.
huh. To zombie.
Speaking of NPCs, I've got the lap goblin. The most fierce NPC of all is the lap goblin that I've got right now.
Yup.
Oh. Bros are down there burning. Burn. Yeah, these little crags are deceptively deadly.
Yeah. Oh, that was silver. I thought it was iron. Got 24 silver on me. Not bad. Bad.
Aha. And then if you wanted to actually find some stuff, you have to do /VM. Collect tunnel. And there's some /VM, go to freeform. That was 27 adamantite. And then you just try to find the color, the rock in here, but you don't see it.
I'll do the freeform if you encounter any. And hello, Arum, in chat.
Oh shit. Nope.
Run.
Okay. Such a bleak terrain. Yeah, this biome is pretty barren. But, it is what it is. Yeah, this is why I made the drop chance mod, because it's like I would go out and look for ore and be mining like this for 20 minutes, half an hour, and literally never come across a single vein of ore.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, it's weird because the chance of actually finding more where it should be the most prevalent is almost non-existent.
Yeah, there should be little bubbles of it, like, randomly around here, but it's so incredibly rare to find. It's just frustrating because there should be tons of it.
Yeah.
There's some. There's a free form. Oh, my magnet hoovers it all up.
Ah.
Whee. You know, there might be something to this bubble. I don't know, but
Check it. Yeah, it looks like it's just plain volcanic rock.
nothing. Whee! Whee! This is a long tunnel.
Yeah.
Yeah, not like a single bit of ore in that whole tunnel. Like the odds.
The one block. About 20, 24, 25, something like that.
Oh, okay. So one
Yeah.
carved out the heart of that mountain, and we had one vein of it. Which is kind of crazy, but so there is the northeast area. Let's just zip over to where we've already been here.
Yeah, that was lava down there. Ooh. Close one. Of course, I got the flight ring, so as long as I kept that in mind, it'd be fine.
I mean, if you had the fire ring, you'd be able to swim in it. But
Yeah.
very exfoliating.
Never played Creativeverse, so I don't know.
All right, I need to. Yeah, the fact that this is like controlled via a command is just annoying. It's just
Yeah.
somebody didn't spend the time to, because it's really like adding commands to the game is really easy. So it's just like, oh, just throw in commands. But it's not convenient to use at all. It's ridiculous. It really needs it needs to be some sort of like you hit F or you hit, you know, whatever key and it comes up with a wheel. What are you doing flying? Get down on the ground. God damn.
Cheater pants.
Oh, snap. Did they just fall down into lava? They did. Oh, no. I thought they fell into lava. That's funny.
Would have been funny. See some. Oop. Oh wow, that didn't hurt. Does falling on snow not hurt?
Well, having the fly ring on you negates fall damage completely.
Oh, that's right. Derp. I mean, I knew that.
God damn it. I just wanted to. Here we go. Alright. I mean, I'm up to another 138 adamantite.
Yeah.
Oh, there's some more over here. God. I meant to mantle up here. Why is this not vein mining? What?
Vein mine
Why?
break?
Why is my vein mine not working? What the hell? Do tunnel? It's just not working now.
Weird.
Yeah. It's just... I'm holding down Alt. Oh, shit. Thought you had a crossbow, Renegade. Could have sworn you had a crossbow.
I do.
Got a crossbow and a bow. He's just bowman. Bojangles. Look at these random potholes of death in here. I'm just waiting for one of these to go down into lava. He's just, you know it would happen. So let's see what. See, that worked. So why did that vein mine? Did I set something? All blocks. Well, that worked. This is just like, the server temporarily was just like, nah. Denied.
What?
Oh, wow. You got a legendary drop.
Weird.
Backup ring. Nice.
Yeah.
Like all the rings. It's funny that that's the ring that fell because all the rings could be dropped. So the one that we have out of the 5 in the mod, you get the one that we already have. It's legit. That's how it works.
Legendary drop. I didn't know that was a thing. Is that only by mods, or is there legendary drops in the base game too?
It's part of the fly ring mod. They add legendary drops. Very, very low chance.
Yeah, because we've been playing for quite a while. And
Yeah.
my instinct tells me that they would do it for the higher level stuff more frequently, but I don't know if they have the they worked it that way.
Wow, this is a crazy little forest here.
Yeah. There's a village in it. Kind of.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of shit in here. Just...
Yay, potato seeds. Just what we always needed.
boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Don't want any of that stuff. I want the chest, but not any of that stuff. Ugh. This thing is following me around. Yes, the vein miner does work on wood. If anybody's wondering.
End up with so many burnt logs.
Doesn't stack, doesn't stack, doesn't stack. Nothing. Really? Nada. A little bit of iron.
really big POI.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's deceptive because it's like mostly covered by forest, so you don't really see it all on the map. It's like,
Strange. There should be a chest in here.
really? Probably one of the many I picked up. If there's no chest, it's usually because I picked it up already.
It seemed like it was freshly. It seemed like nobody had been in it yet. But entirely possible, also.
All right.
Man, talk about bad luck for this city. It was here, then it gets overgrown by giant trees, God knows how. Then it turns into a volcanic biome.
Yep. Doomed.
I know you've never cared for the Monty Pythons, but there's a scene in Holy Grail that's pretty funny where a guy's talking about how he was founding his kingdom. He's like, I built. Nobody said I could build a castle in a swamp, but I proved them wrong. I built it, sank into the swamp. So I built another one. It sank into the swamp. So I built a third one. Or no, maybe it was the second one, where it's like, it fell over, then sank in the swamp. The third one stayed. Talk about tenacity.
Yeah.
Building 3 castles.
Talk about rich.
Yeah. Oh, it might have been fell over, burned down, then sank into the swamp. It was just funny the way he says it.
Holy cow. Does this turn into another whole island up here? Or what?
Oh, yeah, it looks like it.
Oh, there's a big dude.
The crossbows might end up getting nerfed because they're a little too powerful as is.
Oh, look at that jump. That was epic Superman jump right there.
And Tote's legit too.
Totally. See, that one was legit. Oh shit. Fucking undead cow. Hitting me from behind, that was rude. I don't know if I trust the meat I'm getting off of these undead cows.
Whoa! Froggy just spawned in next to us. Word it might be kind of like Zombie Flash and
Yeah.
Minecraft.
I mean, whoa. Just infinite spawning froggies.
Yeah.
Cat's in a mood. She's in a mood, everybody.
Is that the kitty?
Yeah.
Isn't that pretty much perpetual?
Oh no, she definitely has mood swings. Unfortunate place for...
I was gonna come over and get it legit, but that works.
This is totally legit. Oh. What did a horsey do to you?
It exists. I mean, that's where I got the last legendary ring, so, you know.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know what you killed when you got that. Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
That a horse dropped. But what does the horse... What use does a horse have for a fly ring? Like,
And more importantly, why wasn't it making use of it?
yeah, getting off this rock. Like, you'd think you'd get one of those and be like, I'm out of here. Screw you guys. Yeah, loose. I hear ya. I hear ya.
Wow.
Well, this is a thing. What the hell is this supposed to be? Is this a POI?
I know there's a village above on the top of it.
I got one of those big Reaper dudes on me.
We'll kill him, Mr. Swing the Battle Axe, low health.
I ran out of arrows, so. Yeah, not worth it.
Where is everybody? I do have 25 crude on me. Do you use crude or do you?
Yeah, I've been using the crudes.
Okay.
Because I've only got a, I think it's a thorium equivalent. It's an Outlander one, I think. So, yeah, there we are.
All right. 25.
cobalt battle axe.
Oh my god, I picked him up. Alright, let me... Stupid. The magnet's like, you shall not have anything. I will absorb everything. Oh snap, that guy is... He's a big guy. How do you get down here legit, I wonder? There's got to be a way down there from maybe inside like the big castle. Big system over here maybe? Seeing a stairwell down. Like, is there no legit way of getting down there without, like, falling to your doom? Ooh, another one of these. The hardest things in the game to break are these broken statues, for some reason. I don't know why, but
They come pre-broke.
yeah, they're like mostly damaged, and they're harder to break than adamantite. Yeah, it's weird. Like, there's gotta be a way down there.
Well, we may as well go down there and try and backtrack it.
Yeah, like we could do that. Let me load up my bow. I don't know what Renegade's doing. Are you what?
Looks like he's on his way. Dude.
Ow.
Drop some bigots.
Ah, there is a cave entrance over here.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm guessing this would go down to the... Or maybe... Sometimes it would go down to the jungle, but... Another big dude over here. Ah! Got their other dudes.
Oh, guys behind you.
Snipe that freaking undead cow. And yeah, I can even edit how much signature basically how fast that thing fills up with the signature moves. Those are variables that I can edit too with this mod.
Yeah.
I didn't edit those though, so. Because the bow, if you're using a normal bow, you get those special moves like way more often. It's a lot harder to shoot, 8 arrows with a regular bow, so.
Yeah.
Ooh. Interesting biome. There is a POI to the south of us, though. Or to the east of us. The other south. I'm gonna just kind of zippity-doo-dah over here.
Doesn't seem to be anything to this column. There might be a secret in it or something, but...
Oh, there's some dudes in there. Oh!
Came out to say hi.
Yeah, he's like... Oh, man! Ruined! Wrecked him. Ha!
Snicker.
There's a chest. Oh. Iron gun. Ugh.
I actually made an extra salvager, so we can just do that on the fly now.
Okay, PO. That's weird. This wasn't the POI that I saw on the map. It was like just a random, just a random building.
Huh. Got a couple more comments in chat from Rika.
Ah, undead cow. I was looking at chat. Oh man, I love navigating in this game. I love it. And it's not just 2 blocks climb up. You can climb up 4. You can have 4 blocks that you mantle up. So let me show that here. So there's 4 blocks, right? Boink. Like that is so nice. That you don't have to like mess with constant like, you know, the zigzag staircases. You can actually like get some pretty good height as you go. Like it's so nice to be able to do that.
Rika's wondering about the recycling. Let me slap down the thing that you can
Yeah.
show it off.
So the salvage are there. Like, I don't think you can do those. I don't have anything. So like, if you find random, I think I have some in my bag.
I'll
Yeah.
toss something in there.
So the cobalt helm turns into cobalt. Look at that. And heavy hide. That's glorious. And some shadow weave. And then you can take like this thorium short bow. And put that in there. And this rusty steel halberd. And then I can do these ancient steel gauntlets. Maybe.
Or if you can even do like chests and stuff. Never thought to try.
I don't think so. Like, again, this is the only machine. This is the only thing in the game that has like just plain recipes that you have to specify, right? There's just it's in its own little component class. But what I should have added to the mod set is the trash can mod, and we should have had one of those with us because it would be nice to slap one of those down once in a while. Oh, yeah, this dude is angry. So it seems like these POIs, when they spawn, it doesn't include if a POI is defined that has air blocks. It seems to like when they generate it doesn't seem to override. The air blocks don't override the actual terrain, so you get terrain and trees right in the middle of a POI, which, you know, there are positives and negatives to that. So
Should I see if I can recycle the other fly ring?
no.
Doubt it, but no, I can't even put it in there.
Okay, so Like this navigation needs to be added to literally every other game we play. Like
Yeah.
it's just so handy to be able to do that. Oh dude, another big dude.
Especially Factorio.
Okay, now I gotta do this. This. Picked up a lot of ores on this trip. Look at that. Almost all I don't the only ore I don't have is copper.
Yeah.
And gold. I don't have any gold yet. Haven't found any of that. But I could probably jump into the ocean. Oh. Thanks.
Did Renegade DOS you something?
He threw down some gold. Let's see. We drop some sand. Some of that. The banner I want to keep. Those I don't want. Okay. But yeah, I definitely want. I want Vintage Story to have the navigation. I mean, like pondering. My brain just kind of sits on a problem like that and tries to think of how would I approach that kind of feature in something like Vintage Story. And I'm relatively confident that it could be done with a simple like like a entity behavior. So like an entity behavior, like when you join a world, your character, your player character in Vintage Story has a bunch of behaviors that are added to it, right? And so the behavior system in Vintage Story is basically akin to a component system like Hytale has, right? The component system, they are like, you could compare, like directly compare a component system to how Vintage Story does the entity or the behavior system. So the behaviors are things that are themselves independent blocks of code, but they themselves apply certain aspects to whatever they're attached to, right? So Vintage Engineering, the electrical system, the interface to the bridge between the electrical network and a machine is a behavior, right? It's an entity behavior. It just adds that to a machine so the electric network has something to, give power to. It's a go-between. And like the magnet ring or the magnet, the torque magnet for Vintage Story, that is also done with a behavior. The torque magnet adds a behavior to the entity when you join a world, and the behavior itself, when it ticks, it's checking the entity that it's a part of, right? That it's on, and it sees if that entity has the magnet, and if it's on, and then if that passes, then it does its thing. Even if you don't craft one, you still have that behavior on you, right? So it just doesn't do anything. So the mantling effect, for one, the game you can jump up 2 block high, right? So you can actually jump 2 blocks high, which is fairly unique in voxel games, being able to jump 2 blocks, which, some people might disagree with, but I think it's fine. And then being able to mantle up another 2 blocks. I don't know how you would do that, like, because there's a whole like animation, if somebody does it and you're in if you're watching them, if Oz wants to demonstrate on the wall that I'm standing next to, just mantle up this wall. Right? So that animation that plays, right, that doesn't exist for Vintage Story. So I don't know, like, I'm not a good animator, so animating that for a character, that'd be a lot of work. But somebody out there could probably spit that out pretty fast. But yeah, that sort of thing you could probably do, because you could, if you attach that behavior, like mantling, right? You attach a mantling behavior, which I didn't even know mantling, like I didn't even know that term until Hytale came out. I didn't even know that was a standard term for it. But the way that it would be done is you would attach that behavior to an entity, to a player, and then anytime that player jumped, right? When you jump, it would look in the direction you're jumping, and it would look at exactly the blocks you're up against, the height, and it would determine based on some variables if it's valid, right? If it's a valid amount up, and then you would move the character up there in some way, shape, or form. I don't know. It would be a lot of work. I'm sure Tyrone could probably spit that shit out in an afternoon. Like you'll be able to do that really fast. But yeah, I would love that feature in every other game, like every other voxel game. It would be so nice.
No, it's not a mod. I'm not sure which question that was, but we were talking about two things, and neither of them is mod-based, so...
Yeah, the feature in Hytale is not a mod. This base game, like, this is how the mod works, which is why, like, we've been using it, and it's been awesome, because it's just part of the game.
It might have been in regards to the salvager, also. That's why I said it. But yeah. Then another new comment on Vintage Engineering.
You've managed to gather some talent. I mean, I don't know what you mean by that. Like,
A couple people have done some things, but
it's nothing that, like, yeah, it would be nice. And I talked to somebody, I think last night. I think it was last night. I just can't even remember anymore. But I talked to somebody who was interested in learning how to model, and interested in learning the modeling software and stuff. Which, yeah, would be great. Because I was kind of showing them a little bit of some of the multi-blocks that I made. So it would be nice to find some people that are willing to help. But relying on that, I've learned I can't really rely on something like that as much as I would love to, have a team, right? If I was able to get a team of people, including other programmers, I would 100% love to be in that situation. Having the experience and design of all the things that we've done, and being able to guide other talented people to just make things that much better, that would be a dream of mine. That was the dream of the channel. Believe it or not, the dream of the channel was to grow big enough, to be able to not just afford normal expenses, but also basically create almost like a production company, like a development studio that had enough support via community and via YouTube and all of whatever sponsors, had enough crowdsourced support to be able to not just build mods, but have a team that was building, popular mods and maintaining popular mods across multiple games. That was my pie in the sky. I would love to have been able to get that Why is there a forgotten temple gateway to the north of us? Everybody see that?
Yeah.
That is interesting. I've never seen one of those in the magma area.
Me neither.
What does one of these look like in the magma area?
Yeah.
But yeah, like, you know, finding talented people and working with talented people would be great. But the modding community is such that most people have their own ideas and visions for mods. Finding a group of people that share a singular vision or who would be willing to work with somebody who has a vision is pretty rare, I've found. You have to have a mod that has literally thousands and thousands of people using it to find a set of people like that.
There's a temple here, Buggy.
Yep, we're at
literally sitting in it. Like, I don't know where you are, but
Are you?
we're going in the legit way. If my fucking tongue would actually work.
And you're almost here.
Oh my god.
Dude.
Do. Holy shit. Look at this place. We got a different golem. Is this a different golem or is this another emerald golem? Oh no, this is definitely... Nice.
Treasure chests.
Holy cow.
As well.
More gold. Put all of the gubbins away.
What? Oh, I'm full.
Yeah, I think this is the first time we've run into one of these. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm taking all the goddamn statues. Oh my god, this is like, oh my god. Poor renegade. Let's see if the hammer is any better. Yep.
Yeah. Surprising. Here's another one if you want to grab it.
This is another mod I've customized, by the way.
Is that poison logs? Purple mushroom block, okay. Interesting.
Link.
Don't think I have any memories. Oh, I do have a couple.
Me! Me first, me first! Five memories. That was not very many.
Weird. We've been a lot of places too. It's getting that 200 memories. That must be.
I'm convinced that there's
It's
not that
possible.
many things in the game. Like, there's no way. We're like 50 or 60 away from like getting to that goal, and it's like there's no way there's that many more entities that we haven't seen. Like, there's not that many. There's no biomes left. Okay, where am I?
Oh, did we spawn a different place?
Am I just not gonna load into the world?
Oh,
It took a couple seconds for me to pop up.
more than a couple seconds for us.
I am still sitting here. There we go. Whew. That was a long time loading in this. Did not like loading these chunks in.
Finally.
But as far as like vintage engineering and what's left, on what we're doing or what I'm doing. Again, I was talking to Robert about like what's left, and basically, you know, there's quite a bit of stuff in the MB tier that's left, but my main drive right now is going to be, now that 5.3 is out, the next big task is redoing the pipes. So the pipes feature is going to be redone completely, and I have to do it. It's going to be annoying, but it's too buggy right now. It's too me to really rely on, because the next multi-block to implement is the distillation tower, which is going to people who build one of these are going to use massive numbers of fluid pipes, right, to route the fluids and stuff that you're going to get out of the distillation tower. Well, if the pipes themselves are derpy and cause problems, that's a problem, right? So I have to fix one feature so I can implement the next feature. And so I've already got in my head how to tackle the pipes. It's just I have to, I'm gonna have to branch the mod, create a branch for the rebuild of the pipes, get that done and tested and stuff. So if you're interested in testing non-public builds, right, for like experimental stuff, if people are on board testing that stuff, then obviously I prioritize builds to members and patrons, supporters of the channel. But with really experimental things, I am thinking about posting once in a while a more stable-ish experimental build in the Discord channel, the Vintage Engineering Discord channel on my Discord server, just because it's a smaller sample set if people want to play around with it and stress test it, because testing does take a lot of time, and I can't test all scenarios, especially like multiplayer servers and stuff. So if people are interested in testing that kind of stuff, it would be helpful, but not required, obviously. And then the public builds would be, end of the month. So I'm hoping by the end of March, the pipe system, I will have that rebuilt, and more stable, as well as another feature that Robert wants to commission. So he wants to commission a feature and actually pay me to implement a feature, which I'm all on board with, because it's just helpful. But that feature is going to be a vintage story edition of the storage drawers mod, and he wants to commission something that comes very close to the storage drawers, including the controller and drawers and trim, and just basically replicate as much of the storage drawers, but do it in a way that's incredibly efficient on data and memory. Because the way that storages work now, and I don't know, there's a myriad of more storage mods for Vintage Story, and I don't know, I haven't looked into those to see how they solved the problem, because there are various storage mods that add bigger, like there's like a multi-block crate storage mod, and I don't know how they handled that. But there's a fundamental issue when you have storage that relies on item slots and item stack size, and you have large storages for that. So the Better Crates mod suffers from this, because the way that they handle it in the back end, when you have a crate that's got like a top tier steel upgrade in it, and the damn thing holds like 32,000 of something or whatever it is, in the behind the scenes, the way that mod is coded, it just adds item slots to meet that number. Okay, so you have an inventory in the background that is scaling the number of item slots with how many stacks it's supposed to hold. Well, the problem with that is when the game is saving or syncing to clients, that number of item slots gets packaged into a packet that is basically a block entity packet, and all of that data, every one of those item slots, it's basically a string. It's basically a JSON object that is item, like what is the ID of the item, what is the code, and how many are in there. And it's up to the slot. And imagine there are 1,000 of those, and then you have 50 crates, right? So now you've got 50,000 item slots that are syncing to clients constantly. That is a problem. It's a problem. And so in my experience with the API and my experience with vintage engineering, you know, I know there's a better way of doing that, and there's a way to internally manage a single item slot to support having many of them, right? You have a custom item slot that defines how many you have. And I was talking to Robert about this, and he showed interest in saying, hey, I want that. Like, and so we were talking about, you know, how to get that, how to make that happen. And, there's a POI up here. Or did we already? No. So he wants to commission that, and that could be a part of the pipes rebuild, because obviously it's a storage thing, and I would need something to test with storage anyway. So, kind of merge both of those. So rather than doing the distillation tower, which would be the next multi-block, to further the oil process, it would be the pipe rebuild and basically the storage drawers and getting that operational. So that's going to be basically March, getting that up and running. For vintage engineering at least, because one of the other mods or commissions that he wanted to do was kitchen mod for like refrigerators and stuff, and I had too many people asking for a refrigerator, so the last update puts a refrigerator in, because I was like, yeah, enough people were like, hey, can you put a refrigerator in? And I was just like, okay, whatever, let's spit that out real quick. I mean, it took me a little longer than I would have estimated it was going to take me, but it still didn't take me that long. Maybe 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours. I mean, it would have been less if I wouldn't have ran into a weird Visual Studio bug, but
Gotta love that.
God, that was so weird, that bug. First time in my life as a programmer something like that happened, and I was like, it was like 2 a.m. when that hit, and I was literally screaming at my monitor. I was just like, I was so pissed, like, what is going on right now? I thought I was in the Twilight Zone. Shit was like not working when I had 25 examples of it working, and I had the same damn line of code in 25 different objects that was running fine, and in the fridge it was erroring out the same goddamn line of code, and I'm like, what is going on right now? Like, this is weird. Like, every other object, it was running fine, there was no problem, and the fridge, the game was loading, everything was good, and then it would crash, and it would be like, this line of code is not valid in this context. And I'm like, I have myriad examples of it working just fine, right? I have 15 LV machines that work just fine. Why is the fridge breaking, right? Is it because it's 2 a.m. and my computer just knows, like, I want to go to bed? But it was so frustrating. And all I did to fix it, delete the line of code and retype it. And it fixed it. It fixed the whole thing. And I'm like, Yeah, I had choice words to say about that too. I was so pissed. Like, of all of the shit to happen. So yeah, that was the weirdest. That was the weirdest thing. So it was like the compiler, the way that the line was written, it was just a base. It was a base call from tree attributes, which I had. Literally every object has one of those. So base dot from tree attributes. Well, that base, that's where it was error. It said base is not valid in this context. It's like there is a hierarchy of objects. Base is absolutely valid, right? So the compiler or interpreter was not seeing the object properly, or so, it was so bizarre. And yeah, all I did is retype it, and it worked fine. It's just like, the cat was very concerned with my mental health by the end of that little struggle session.
That's bad if a cat is worried.
Yeah, usually she doesn't give a damn, but you know, she was actually concerned. She was in my lap going, meow, like, you okay, dude? But yeah, it was brutal. So as long as that doesn't happen again, you know, the features should go pretty well. All this time, like, I've really hoped, I've held onto a secret hope, because I'm so familiar with the Vintage Story API and code base now. I was really holding out hope that Tyrone would be like, "Hey, you want a job?" You know, yeah, you don't have to train. Like, I'm so familiar with the API that it's like you don't even have to like give me time to train. It's just like, that dude took 7 shots to take down. Those big guys are brutal. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing else down here. Okay. But there was a bug that was reported with the 0.5.2. The bug that was crashing with shift clicking, when you tried to shift click something into the fridge, it was crashing. And that was a literal base game object crash. That was the base call of get suitability crashing, because there's a function in the base class that runs a delegate event on get suitability, and there's no null check on that. So if you don't override it, if you don't add a function on get suitability, if you don't add that in an inventory, that crashes, because it doesn't check to see if on get suitability is null, and it just runs it. And so boom, it would crash with a no ref crash, which is that was a base game call. That was a base game crash. So any mod that adds an inventory that they don't add to that event, you easily crash in that line. So all I did was just create my own just override the on get suitability, and that way that doesn't. And if I overrode on get suitability for the inventory for the fridge, and then I called base dot on get suitability, that would crash, because the base call crashes. So that's a bad thing. So yeah, things like that would be, yeah, I could load up the source for the game and submit a pull request, and you know, submit a bug fix for that and all of that. I could do all that, but I'm not. I'm not getting paid to debug that game. And the fact that Tyrone stopped supporting me in general is just like, okay, I have really no incentive to do it now, so this is a really bizarre landscape that this so it's you know, it is what it is. I'd love to help him out. I'd love to be a part of the team, but he's not interested. There's nothing I can do about it. What kind of wood is this? Petrified wood?
Yeah, petrified.
What classification is it? Deadwood. Okay. I'm pretty sure we have quite a lot of deadwood.
Yeah, I think I even picked up a bunch of petrified when we were here the first time.
Ooh. That is a giant tree of deadwood. Burnt?
Yeah.
Oh man. Get out of here.
Owie.
Damn it. Ah! It's leaking! Ah!
Trying to block it off, but I'm not succeeding.
You're making it worse!
I think there's some source block mixed in here somewhere or something.
It's going down.
I think it's going down now.
It's just taking its sweet, sweet time. Luckily, stuff
Yeah, it's
doesn't
not quite as quick.
burn in the lava yet.
There we go.
Nom 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 nom. That's a big fucking tree. Woo!
Yeah.
205 logs right there.
Nice.
All right, now here's a good garbage. Furnace can go, chair can go, ruined bed can go, iron studs can go. There's literally no use for the iron studs. Don't know why they added them to the game. And then I've got some crude arrows for us.
Ooh, thank you.
Another POI to the east. Because I know, like, there are people out there, because I've been told directly by the people, that the only reason they bought, installed, and played Vintage Story was because vintage engineering exists. That's the only reason they were interested in playing. With that mod, like, that's what they were interested in playing, is a mod like that. And the fact that it existed, they pulled the trigger, right? Once they learned it was there, they installed it and played it. So I know that I've had an impact, whatever number that is. I know I've had an impact on the game. And you know, Tyrone was a patron for a while. He was, you know, a good year and a half. Was it a year and a half or 2.5? I don't know. But, you know, and it was very cool. I loved that he was supporting and stuff. Nor do I, like, I'm not hurt that he stopped. I'm not. It is what it is. He supported as much as he wanted to, and that was it. And it is what it is, but, I know that if I, you know, got a job and was officially working there, you know, it would be a different kind of thing. But it would also be nice, like, working on an API that I'm so familiar with at this point. There would be no learning process like I have to do with everything else. You know, Hytale would be not just a learning process of the API, but also Java itself. The same would have been true if I would have gotten the position at the Indie Stone. which is the Project Zomboid team. I applied to a job there, and they didn't. Not only did they not get back to me at all, period, but after I inquired about it, and somebody at the company then inquired HR, they still didn't get back to me. And the guy was just like, you know, you can assume that no response is no interest. And it's like, well, no, no, duh. Like, that's obvious. But you're a company that has a modicum of professionalism, and you should at least get back to people who show an interest in working for your company. Like, I'm sorry, but there is a bare effing minimum of professionalism that the industry should strive for. And somebody applies to a job that you have fucking posted on your website, and somebody applies to that job legitimately with a resume, the whole 9 yards, and you just ignore that person. You just flat ignore them. Like, what is that? Says more about the company than it does about my ability to work there. And so you just set a really bad precedent as a company doing that to people. And I'm sure they're doing this to everybody, right? So it's like, either A, take the goddamn job posting off your website, right? Or B, actually do your job and be professional. And you know, because I told him, I said, I understand that you're not interested. I get that, right? I'm not butthurt about that. I didn't actually say that, but I'm a realist when it comes to that. But at least have the professionalism and courtesy of emailing somebody back and saying, I was even sarcastic with it. I said, you know, even if I get an email back that says you're not good enough or good looking enough to work here, it's like, that's fine. But at least you get back to me. You acknowledge that I exist, that I actually spent the effort putting together something to send to you to apply to a job that you have posted, and you don't even have the courtesy to email me back. Nobody is that busy. Oh.
Whoa.
God damn, man. You are just RNGing the shit out of things.
Apparently. What the hell?
I'm going to try that fire ring. So next time I see you, I'm going to try that thing out. See how much it
Run
works.
away!
Well, there's another forgotten gateway over here.
You know, when I was in school, they actually told us, you know, here's what you do for applications and stuff. And one of those parts was to do like a follow-up letter. And for them to act like that, you know, oh, well, you can just assume that no response means no interest. That goes directly against what, you know, I was literally taught.
Yeah. I mean, I had business. I minored in business management in college. And yeah, it was like very obvious that you should have some professionalism if you're a manager or you're in HR. You get back to people. This is common courtesy. And the fact that this company this far into development is still not doing this, again, it speaks more to the company than it does to me. And so I just, it's like I would have loved to work with in the sort of Project Zomboid environment and try to make that game the best that it could be. And I would love to have contributed to that. But you know, the team is not, I don't think they take themselves seriously, and that's usually a sign, is they just, if you don't take yourself seriously as a studio, you don't treat people seriously.
Ow.
Whoa. You just about died. You better heal, dude. You're a cow's fart away from dying, so
I tossed that ring to you, by the way.
Oh, you did?
Oh, notice, yeah.
Oh, you did. Okay. A burning ring that protects from fire and ignites the air. Well, that's ominous. Ignites the air.
Yeah, that seems weird.
Let's see. Where now that I want to find some lava, it's going to be hard to find. Right?
All the lava in the world has vanished.
There's 25 iron. Nice little deposit. Okay, so igniting the air does not mean you have a burn effect on hit, so that's good to know. Oh, look at all the adamantium over here. Okay, let's see. Hey! Nice. No health loss at all. And let's grab what I can. So I wonder if I can just go like swimming in lava now. Not that I would see anything, because, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's a little adamantite deposit tucked away over here.
Do.
It's a pretty big deposit, like 27.
Nice.
Of course, most of that was from the ore, or the rock, but still.
Really? Dwayne? Where's Dwayne at? Is that too obscure? Is that too random?
It doesn't sound familiar.
Dwayne The Rock Johnson? Come on now.
Oh,
You
there
said The Rock. You're like, The Rock. And I'm like, what? Dwayne? What's he doing around here? Ah,
I'm getting slow. It's starting to get rough.
getting slow. Right. Like I said, I don't use salt in the wound. I go ghost powder. Ghost pepper. It's just like...
Hey, Buggy. You want to see the one that almost killed me? Come over to where I am and get hit by this thing.
let's see, where are you? You are behind me.
Guy inside the building right there. Get hit by what he throws.
Oh, is this the dude that... Is this one of the mages?
Yeah, get hit. Let him throw one at you.
Oh, he throws them. Dude, I'm right here. Stop focusing on him. He's just intently focused on you. Oh, now he's... Yeah, come on, dude. Come at me, bro. He knows what's up. Yep. Sorry. My patience was out.
Yup. Some.
Thought there was a POI over here.
Yeah, this is a change of pace, a different one. Looks like it's more mossy.
What's the build? Or it's hard to pass up ore. When you're out in the world and you find a big deposit of ore, like, do you just not mine it? Like, we got plenty of ore, I think, to go around. It's just, more. We just have more. More is better.
That was actually running through my mind when you said it. Like, more better. Because that's one of your sayings, more better.
Yep. I mean, I have 253 more adamantite. So.
You can't have too much ore. What you can have, though, is not enough storage.
Right. Alright. Where would be a good spot for a portal? So we can... Oh, shit. We can zippity-doo-dah back home. Dude's got a
Okay.
blunderbuss.
Blunderbuss, yeah.
Oh. The most innocuous... the most passive mob in this whole biome, and he just murders it on his way by. Good job. Poor thing.
They do drop, fire. Essence of fire, though.
Yeah, but they're just so cute and squishy. At least they fixed those guys. Remember, those guys used to launch themselves into the sky and they used to just be like whoosh, and they'd just disappear, man. They'd launch themselves so far that they would just vanish. It was really amusing. Oh, there's a lava hound over here if you guys need the memory.
Nope, apparently I got it.
Really? How did that go through you? Oh. Okay, I think somewhere in here. Home. This would be Magma North.
Yeah, I don't think crops die.
Mm-mm. Nope. And then the version 4 or update 4 that's right now in the preview. So what they're doing now is like weekly preview builds that build and build all month, and then at the end of the month they put them out public, right? So update 3 just came out, and now they're already in update 4, and one of the changes they made in the latest update 4 was certain things when you leave will continue processing. So like the smelters will continue to smelt when you leave the home, so when you get back they're all done. That is probably make sure they have enough fuel. And I think crops too. Crops will grow while you're away. So that's one of the changes. And then one of the other changes is when you sleep, time actually fast forwards, right? So you can put a load of stuff in the furnace to smelt, go to sleep, and a bunch of it will get done while you're sleeping. However they made that work. But so it's nice, those little things, because I knew, like, with all the problems that we had early on, I knew that it was just a matter of time before that stuff got fixed. Like grass spreading. Like, I knew that they weren't gonna leave grass not spread around, like, at all. Like, that would have been ridiculous. Alright, plant, food, 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 and food, and food. Put that stuff away. Now I gotta empty the bag. "15 of those grimoires to spawn in skeletons." Wait. That's crazy. That's a crazy amount of those that we have now. Tons of ore. We need a trash can so bad.
What should I do with the spare flight ring?
Put in the miscellaneous weapons and gubbins chest.
All right. Yeah, that's a good spot because that's when we usually don't just dispense all thing or consolidate. I call it.
Where did we put? In here? Yeah. There it is. Yeah, look at that. Over a stack of adamantite. Over 500 adamantite. That's
Nice.
crazy. That was a very lucrative run into the magma area.
And over 300 iron too, and that's not even the primary
Yeah.
drop there.
Yeah, if we wanted iron, we could go, I think, just to the mountainous area. I don't know if there's... I think in, like, this biome here, just south of the ice, there's all these mountains in here. I think iron is quite prevalent in those. Chickens, what are you making noise over here for? Did the chick finally grow up, or is this...
No, I killed both the chickens that were in there, and those are wild chickens.
Okay. Excellent.
That's why they're making noise.
See if they actually lay
They
some
do.
eggs.
Yep.
Oh, you-
They haven't this last time, but that's because we were gone, I think.
Yeah.
Potatoes.
So, like, what kind of interest is there for like doing dev streams where it's not like stuff that's like super flashy? Because I could do dev streams while I work on the like the pipes features and refactor all of that. But it's not as engaging as maybe modeling the distillation tower, stuff like that. It would be, I'm sure, much more popular. But
Yeah, more visual.
yeah, it's just like, it's tough because I know what's popular and I know why it's popular, and it just sucks that so much development, like when you look at your average game, especially modern game, like 80% of the work is code, right? It's not anything super flashy, and then you have the art, and all of that is important. I'm not discounting that it's important, but there is so much work to do to actually make all that stuff functional. Like a 3D model is just a 3D model at the end of the day. In order to actually make it do stuff and make it worthwhile, it requires a mountain of code, which isn't flashy at all. So my modeling of like the derrick and the pump jack were very well watched streams, but the code, actually doing the code for one, barely moved the needle. It was just like, it was really sad. So it's just to me it's amusing because it's like ooh, pretty, like something that's shiny.
Does the vein mining work with the hammer?
It does, but it seems to void the items that you get.
Oh.
So I don't use it with the hammer at all because it's derpy. And so yeah. Plus it's not really precise. The hammer is just like, it's a very much AoE sort of thing, and yeah. Usually when I'm vein mining, I'm not trying to do AoE stuff. I'm targeting a block.
It was just one of those random thoughts that popped into my head.
You know how dangerous those are. Try to prevent them.
True. Civilizations have collapsed due to my random thoughts.
Yeah. Renegade's over here doing secret stuff.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking over here because your light gave you away. I saw the light. You were in here and it's like glowing, like the blocks are literally glowing as if there's like fire inside the blocks. It's really funny.
Are you just trying to spruce it up?
Oh,
Just messing around,
yeah,
really.
that's fine. I don't care. You do you, man. Except when we're in Minecraft and you steal all our shit, build your own house.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Dude comes into the base, auto crafts a whole bunch of shit for AE and then leaves to his base to build it all. It's like, wait a second. God damn it. I should have like charged him extra for that shit. Like shipping and handling or something. I don't know.
First time I've flown up this high. It's kind of cool. Should do it. Still haven't hit the ceiling yet.
I think the max world height is 256. I think.
Seems like a lot more than 256.
Well, you might be able to fly up there, but build height, I think, is 256.
Yeah.
I'd have to look that up, though. I'm not 100% sure it's 256. Because, you know, Minecraft's now is kind of an odd number. Because you can go 64 down, right? You can go negative 64 down. And I think, what is it now? Like, Minecraft's build height? Is it 256, or did they make it,
I
like...
think it's still 256.
It is 256? Because I thought they might have changed...
You can increase it.
Because I thought they made it, like, 384 or something like that. So it was crazy amount of build height.
Well, I passed 1024. Oh, the crown just started disappearing at 11.
Well, yeah, your view distance is... your view distance is still set. But 256, yeah, okay. But if you're 256 high, right? If you're Minecraft and you're 256 high, well, you can still go negative 64. So technically, you're 384 blocks, like, difference. Or is it not 384? 256 plus 64. 312? No. Why am I having problems with the base 2 shit? 256 plus 60.
320.
320. 320 block. 384 was another 64. So yeah, 320.
Yeah. Yeah, Cybermind confirmed it's 256 build height.
Yeah. I mean, Vintage Story, you can have worlds that are 1024. I could not imagine how much disk space you would need for that. Jesus. You would need terabytes of space if you had a world that was that high, because that would be just a crazy amount of blocks, like a column of blocks. That would be an insane amount of blocks, right? Because every block is an ID number, right? And God forbid they have a little metadata involved with that. That would be even crazier. But yeah, don't do that if you value disk space. Don't have a Vintage Story world that's 1024. Not only that, but just... Oh, there's fucking parts falling from the sky. Like... Because I've experimented with a Vintage Story and generating like worlds that are taller. Chunks take a lot longer to generate. Like individual chunks take a lot longer to generate when the build height is crazy. So yeah, if there's not really much interest in watching, algorithmic programming to try to fix the pipe system, then I'm not really sure what we would stream on Saturday or Wednesday. Unless somebody... I mean, it's kind of dealer's choice at this point. If Renegade wants to, he's going to be going to work here soon. So if he wants to stream something.
Yeah, rehire meeting Saturday. So.
Good Lord. That time again, huh? Oh, the wolf is actually going after the cow. You killed that baby cow. Bad wolf.
Exactly as I taught it to.
Even one of the I really want to learn Europa Universalis. I really want to learn that game, and because that game not only has multiplayer, but it's like infinitely replayable and moddable, right? So it's like, you know, we don't do a lot of grand strategy games on the channel, but I'm kind of post-channel at this point, so I'm just kind of I need, for my mental state, I need something different. I need something that's not the very same thing that we've always played, just for the variety. I need something that's like not voxel, not survival. I don't have to punch a tree, like, you know, basics. Basically, like, I need something that's different. Oh, you're fucking kidding me, dude! Like 3 fucking legendary drops in one stream.
That was a.
I'm feeling a little judged by the RNG gods right now.
I know the feeling.
Europa 5 is what he's talking about.
Yeah,
that's
Europa
crazy.
Universalis. Basically EU. If you hear me say EU, it's called Europa Universalis. It's a mouthful, but it is what it is. But EU5, you know, right now they're working on the next big patch for it, which is some huge overhaul. But it's one of those games that's like crazy moddable and very, very, very multiplayer. Like you can role play it. You can just have crazy engaging games in multiplayer with that game. It's absolutely brilliant. Because you can like form alliances and do all of that, and then, you know, at some point the alliance is gonna break down.
Really, Oz?
That was Renegade. It was totally Renegade that got that one, not me.
What the hell? You got another one? What did you get
No.
this time?
Another fly ring. That's the third.
What are you killing exactly?
Wolf. That one was a wolf. Last 2 were wolves.
What the hell?
I don't think this game likes this buggy.
I
Or at least that mod.
am convinced of that. Yeah, like
Yeah, that's a little crazy.
yeah. Next time we play, I'm just gonna have Os go around killing everything and just sit back and.
And we'll end up with all the rings.
Yeah, just be like,
Well, it's so weird because we didn't find 80 last week.
yeah. We didn't. I don't know. I don't know how much killing we did last week. Like, we did more surviving than anything, but yeah, that's bizarre. Like, I don't know.
Well, +2 practically in a row.
Yeah, that was. Let's see. This is.
Although who knows?
dirt.
Maybe the random number generator isn't rigged very well. That can happen in games.
Yeah, it can.
It's rare, but
Yeah, the studs. Dude,
Okay, apparently wolves are the ones that drop the legendary stuff. So I just got another fly ring.
Jesus. EU5 looks like Civ. It is EU5, right? Civ. How do I say this?
It's on steroids, basically.
Yeah, Civ is like an elementary school version of EU5, right? EU5 is a crazy detailed simulation. It is crazy how like nitty-gritty detailed you can get. And there are a lot of content creators out there that gloss over a lot of that. And when you watch content on the game, it can seem like these guys are like simplifying things to a point where it looks easy, but you have to remember that a lot of these guys, like Ludi, it's Ludi, Ludi et Historia, this guy's got like 5,000 hours in EU4, and he's got like 2,000 hours in EU5. The reason why it looks easy is he has the time that he has invested in learning the game, right? So you spend 2,000 hours doing anything, you're going to be pretty damn good at it. And so, yeah, it's very deceptive watching most like content creators. Like if I jumped into the game right now and I started showing you the level of detail, the crazy level of detail that you can control, right, to the point of just like insanity. And you don't have to, right? There are ways to automate a lot of the stuff in the game. You can automate almost everything about the game and not even play it, right? If that was a thing, like if you wanted to do that, I mean, I don't know why you would do that, but like when you take over a country, like you can choose whatever country you want to play as, and different countries have different perks and like everything, right? There are immense amount of detail depending on what country or what region of the world you're in. And there are different forms of government, and there's so much stuff involved. And then while you can then, if you start at the game and your leader is single and young, you can marry them off and hope to get some heirs if you're a monarchy. And then the heirs, when they're born, you can choose what succession law you have. So you can either just get the roll of the dice and, oldest child, oldest male child. You can do chosen. You can choose. And then when the child is born and gets to a certain age, you can choose the different education the child gets. So the child could get, if you wanted a strong leader for the country, you could focus on admin, like an admin based education. So they get more skill in admin. They're a stronger leader, but not as they couldn't lead armies. Or you could have military or whatever, and you can grow your country that way. There's an economic. It's essentially like a production game, so it kind of falls in line with a lot of games that we do, but there's a whole level of production and economy and market balance, and the whole crazy branch of the game is managing markets and goods. Because if you're trying to build buildings in your cities and you don't have readily access to lumber or masonry, stuff like that, it's going to make the buildings more expensive. And so you want to focus on getting the raw materials, getting the masonry, getting the lumber, getting all of that, and then that makes buildings cheaper. And then you have to worry about your population. If you build a building and there's not enough population in that province, the building isn't going to be productive because there's not enough people. So then you need to attract people to that province. You need to grow it, and there's a whole underlying level of food. You need to be able to feed your it's the level of detail to the simulation. There are many, many, many layers. Many, many layers. And the really good players make it look easy because they've figured out how to like min-max that stuff really fast. But you do that over hundreds and hundreds of hours of trial and error, because you can literally, like, you can take over a country in like Europe or Asia, right? You can take over this little country, and you could spend the next 100 years, right, working and growing and building an economy, and then France declares war on you, comes in with 50,000 troops, and game over, baby. You have no way of, like, unless you've made good allies and made friends with, like, there's a whole diplomacy thing that it could be over at any moment, because a larger a larger country comes in and wants your shit, and boom, France declares war on you. Bohemia, China, Japan comes in and is like, we want your shit, and if you don't have the allies and the troops, that's over, right? So there are challenges to starting as certain countries. Like, if you start as France, you can dominate the world relatively easily, right? It's already one of the most powerful countries in the game. France, Sweden, the Ottomans, the Ottomans, the Mamluks, which is essentially Egypt, and then in China and Japan, there's a couple as well that are fairly powerful. And if you start as one of those, like, it's going to be hard to lose. So those are, like, if you wanted to learn the game, there are certain countries that you would choose to learn the mechanics and learn that kind of stuff. So as you get better at the game, you can pick harder and harder countries to take over, and play as. And there are definitely really hard countries, right? Brandenburg is brutally hard because they start the game with a crisis, right? They have a crisis of the country, and you start the game with that crisis, and you have to work your way through it over 50 to 100 years of game time. You're constantly getting hammered with, like, rebels, and it's just like you have to manage really carefully how you do that, and you can easily lose at any moment, right? So the game has literally an infinite variety of challenges of anywhere in the world. I saw a creator, I think they themselves are Native American. They started as a Native American tribe, right? Which you can pick one of the tribes in Native America from the 1300s, and they picked that tribe to play as, and proceeded to then take over the world, right? They started developing, and they started growing, and they started taking over, and they grew and grew. Then they finally were able to move into Europe, and they literally started taking over the world as, like, they started as some small tribe. So that kind of shit, you can do that, right, in the game. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. And incredibly moddable, right? It's incredibly moddable. So if you're having trouble, there are cheat mods, there are other rebalance mods. There's things, if you need a leg up or something, there are ways to do that either simplify things or make them harder if you want to challenge. So it's just one of those games that I've ignored for a long time, because when I started my channel, like, I had a set of games that I was already playing. I had Factorio, I had Fortress Craft, and I had all of, like, my plate was kind of full mentally with learning games, but I was watching EU4. Like, I was watching a few channels playing EU4 going, wow, that looks really interesting, right? That looks really interesting. But I never pulled the trigger, in part because of all the DLC and all, like, there was already a ton of shit for it. And so if I wanted to get into it, it wasn't just buying the game, it was buying like $200 worth of DLC to kind of get on par with what was going on. And I just couldn't pull that trigger. I just couldn't justify that. But, the new game came out. I bought the premium version, which includes, like, the next 3 expansion packs, just like I did with, like, Farming Sim. And so the first expansion pack, that's probably going to be out, like, the end of next month, all deals with one country. It's going to enrich in the Byzantium, which is the Eastern Roman Empire, the last remnants of the Roman Empire. They're going to go into Byzantium and really make that crazy. And I'm like, I'm all for that. I would love to learn the game and play as Byzantium and restore Rome, all of the provinces of historic, like the Rome at its peak, right? Which is all of Europe, like most of the Mediterranean, like the huge, like I think it was like 2,500 provinces that you actually need to own and control in order to form Rome, which would be fucking awesome. That would be awesome. So that's like, I'm just excited for that because again, it's different from what we've done, and I know it's not for everybody, but I think that even in multiplayer, I've watched some multiplayer, and it's really engaging. Like it's really cool what you can do in multiplayer because it's everybody playing as a different country, right? I could be playing as, like Sicily. Oz could be playing as France. And Renegade could be playing as fucking Ottomans, and we could just battle it out on a global scale. So and then we could after that campaign we could do another one where we're all cooperating as little tiny members of the HRE, and try to work it out and try to build and maintain. But it's one of those infinitely replayable mods that games that we've never tackled before, and that's largely why I'm interested in it. But it's just a crazy detailed, and then the mods, like there are mods, and I have a mod idea that I want to try, and I've talked about this a couple hours ago, but I would like to do a mod because the game has a hard end date. The vanilla game has a hard end date of 1837. You start in 1337, and you can play until 1837. And once January 1st, 1837 hits, game over. It's done. And I don't like that. I don't like that there's a hard end date, right? If I'm playing a campaign and I'm getting the ball rolling, I'm actually starting to learn it, but I'm a little late to the club, right? I'm learning it late on, and I hit that date and campaign over. There's no other. I can't do anything else, right? And I don't like that. So I actually made a little tiny mod that expands. It extends the end date because that's a model. Like you can mod everything about the game. You can mod the map. I could create a map of like Middle Earth, and you could create an entire mod, like a total conversion that was Middle Earth, and you could literally have orcs and hobbits. You could literally have all of this stuff in the game. You could just do a huge mod that is Middle Earth, and this kinds of things existed for EU4, right? These are immense, monumental projects that take years to actually produce, because it's such a huge amount of work doing that. So those kinds of things are also possible. Like you could start as orcs in Mordor, and take over the world. Basically, you fight against everybody. I think there was an EU4 one. I saw somebody play one a couple years ago. There was a like one of the biggest EU4 fantasy maps, fantasy mods, had a crazy huge, like detailed. There were like 7 or 8 different like races in the game. There were like dwarves and elves and just crap ton of like fantasy elements to the thing. And all these different species had different perks and advancements and research trees. It was a crazy, crazy amount of content. That was just a mod for the game. Anno I've played. Like I have right now installed. I was playing Anno 1800 and loved that game. Like I loved Anno. It doesn't really have a high replayability, to be fair. And then the Anno that just came out, what was it? Was 117? All the numbers of Anno, if you add up the digits of all Anno games, they add up to 9. Always. Every Anno game, the digits add up to 9, right? So it's easy to figure out. So 11 or 117 just came out for the Rome. And I was interested in buying it. Like I wanted to wait to see what it was all about. And when I was watching some content of it, it was just a reskinned Anno 1800 with a couple extra features. And I'm like, I'm not going to spend, $60 plus on a game that's essentially a reskin of Anno 1800 when I've not only got Anno 1800, I've also got a bunch of the expansion packs for it, right? So if I want a game like that, I'm going to play Anno 1800 because there's a shit ton to do in that game. There's the Anno 1800 is great because you can explore the new world and you can, it's crazy. It's a beautiful game. Anno 1800, I think, is light years ahead of 117 just because I think it's just excellent. So yeah, I've played it. But it's again a lot like every other city builder game that I've played. EU5 is that franchise is you can grow cities and build buildings in cities, but it's built on a scale that's much bigger, right? You're not just managing the city, you're managing the country that it's in. You're managing transportation, you're managing the political landscape, you're managing wars and treaties and diplomacy and all of the dynasty that you're playing. All of that stuff is all managed. Like it's a much bigger scope. And it's more engaging in my opinion. To your standard like city builder. Because I've even got Manor Lords. I've never actually played it. Manor Lords, brilliant, like absolutely brilliant. But I was gonna play it. I was gonna do like a series on it. This was a year or two ago. But then I discovered that there was a mechanic in the game where every one of these types of games suffers from the same mechanic. And that made me back off because I was like, every game that I've played in that genre of like medieval city management, right? You're building farms and you're building, like workhouses and stuff. Like I played a lot of those games, and they literally all of them, except for maybe one, suffer from the same problem. When your city is big enough, people die on the way to the market because there's so in the middle of winter, somebody leaves their house to go get food in the market, and on the way they die. Or on the way back they die. Or you can't do any construction because they walk miles out of their way to grab a single log, and then on the way back to town they die. Right? All of these types of games suffer from this. And for some reason nobody's really solved it. There's one game that came close where all of the storages in the city were all connected. So over in area A, where you had food production and bread, they were putting into a storage room that was nearby. And then all the way across town, citizens could go into their local storage room and grab the bread because all of the storages were basically shared. And yeah, it was so funny. People complained about that. Like, why is they put bread here and it's over here? And it's like, yes, but that solves one of the fundamental problems with these games is travel time kills people, right? They don't have any they don't have any way of like saying, oh, I'm about to die, maybe I should go warm up. They're like, I need to go get a loaf of bread and I'm gonna die trying, baby. And then Manor Lords, what I was seeing at the time was people's cities were getting big enough and they had farms and they were supposed to be able to make enough food, but they were not. The problem was the workers were not able to pull the harvests in because you literally had 1 month in the game to harvest your crops. That was it. That month goes over, the crops disappear. And what was happening was the travel time between somebody's house and the field was so long that they would get to the field, work a minimum amount, right? Do one job and then walk all the way back home. And so the whole month would go by and you would not be pulling the crops in. And when I saw that, I was like, I don't even want to get into the game if that's a bug. Not a bug, but if that's not addressed ever. And I don't really know if that's been addressed. I haven't watched any content on a, up-to-date version of the game. But it's super frustrating when you run into a game like that. It's just like you manage your city, you're growing it, you're successful, and then the simulation breaks down because of a feature like that. And I'm just like, it's not fun. Right? It's not fun. Like, these people should be working in the fields until sunset. Like the people in medieval times did not go to the field, and shear and reap like one thing of wheat and go, you know what? It's break time. I'm gonna go home on break. I'll be back later. And it's like, no, that shit. You go to the field and you sunrise, you're in the field, sunset, then you finally go home. Like, this shit is crazy that we have these bugs in these kinds of games. So, the Anno games also try to solve this by sort of abstracting supply and demand in a way that's, it's fine. It's good. So if that bug is still there in Manor Lords, then that's one of the reasons I haven't played that game. I own it, but I've never played it because of that. It's like, why can't you solve this? Like, this is a thing that you solve fairly easily. And you have to abstract, you have to gamify something. You either gamify time or you gamify the job itself. Right? There was no such thing as an 8-hour day. Like, the person who implemented the 40-hour work week, right? 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, 40 hours a week. Henry Ford. In the early 20th century. That's the first time that concept was ever implemented. Henry Ford implemented it because he noticed that was the sweet spot for workers' productivity. Anything after that, workers became less productive, right? And the problems started growing. So he struck the balance. Any less and you don't produce as much, any more time and your productivity goes down and your happiness goes down, right? So he was finding a balance, and that was his equilibrium, right? 8 hours shift, 40 hours a week, and that was where he did it, and that's why we still have that today. So it's a fairly recent thing. And so in medieval times, when like Manor Lords and Banished and all, and Life is Feudal, when all these games sort of take place, the people would wake up with the sun, go into the fields, and not leave until the sun went down. And so for the field not to get, like, imagine you're a medieval city, the literal survival of your family as well as the town depends on you bringing in the crop. Okay, imagine that's the scenario. You need to get in the field and bring in the crop, otherwise people starve to death. And you don't do it. Right? Half the field dies because of a snowstorm in late September or, whatever, and you lose half your field and half the food goes bad or something. You don't think the town would have a something to say about that? Like, you don't think the town would be like, you're going to feed us one way or the other. So, people got shit done. And so for these games not to ensure that the crop comes in is just frustrating. So yeah, it's just like, it's amusing to me. Yeah, and winter was the vacation, man. These farmers, like, winter was the time when you could actually take a fucking knee. This is why harvest festivals and things like Thanksgiving and harvest festivals existed. You had this bountiful crop that just came in. You worked your ass off for the last 6 months. Crop is in, nothing left to do. Some of the food you brought in is going to go bad anyway, so you have these big feasts where you get, 60% of the calories that your body needs for the year in one giant festival. Really, really interesting time in human history. But yeah, EU5 is one of those games I'd love to learn and love to learn how to mod. The mods basically at this point are just text files. Like everything in the game is generated data side in like just plain text files. There's like if you actually do a properties on the directory that has all the data, there's like 24,000 files in that directory. It's crazy, and all that stuff gets loaded in, and mods load in and can patch and override and augment and supplement all of the stuff in the base game, and they built this system. It's brilliant, and yeah, absolutely awesome. But a lot of work to keep it all in your head and try to balance everything. And one of the things that's hard with the balance, like even the company itself is having trouble balancing it, because there are so many aspects of the game that are immersive. Or is immersive the right word? What is the word that means it's not predictable? That it's not a guarantee. Like there's randomness, but with AIs and the decisions and there's random events that happen that are not the same, right? A random event is a random event. You could have a random event that's really, really good. You can have a random event that's really, really bad. And all countries are dealing with this, right? So these random events are happening and they all impact the game in some way. You could have a random event that makes your soldiers 20% better for 5 years. Right? So this random event, suddenly your soldiers, like you have like, the random event could be like some military random event flavor that boosts your soldiers' effectiveness 20% for 5 years. Well, what do you think you're going to do in those 5 years, right? You're going to want to look for some war, right? You're going to want to look to say, hey, I'm going to take advantage of this 20% buff before it's gone. And you have every country doing. So you have these, like every game is different. Every game has these different events that can happen that affect all of these different countries. And so balancing the game around that is a nightmare, because every little percent tweak that you do can have ramifications on the scale of 500-year game, can have ramifications that you can't even think of. So balancing that game is a absolute nightmare. And so the team doing it is, I don't know how many games they have to play internally, like how good these guys are to, like their QA team must be just constantly battling, like they must be just constantly taking every patch and just driving through as fast as possible to see like if there's an imbalance somewhere. It must be a brutal QA process trying to balance that game. Always had the same complaint about old world game mechanics. Well, not every player thinks the same way, but that's fine, because you're playing it as if you're leading your country, right? Well, you can role play it and be like, I'm gonna role play a crazy despotic leader, right, who like the country is just this crazy, insane, miserable, like it's a hotbed of human misery, and just try to, like, all of your values, like, is just like serfdom and just like massive, like, crazy values, or a benign, like, you can play it however you want, and or play it how you, if you were leading the country, like if you were king or whatever, what decisions would you make, right? And you can see how it affects the thing, and it's not perfect, but it's a pretty good idea of, would this work in the grand scheme of things? Really interesting, and different people, would play differently. And it's a great game of, like, learning. It would be a great way of teaching young people leadership, right? What does leadership mean in the grant? Like, what does leadership actually mean? Where you're faced with impossible decisions constantly. Right? You're faced with these crazy decisions that you have to make, and know, like, a lot of the random events that happen, there's no, like, obviously good choice. There is no choice that has no consequences. That's only good. Most of the time, you're dealt with a decision where one choice is good for some and not for others, and the other choice is good for others and not for some, right? So you kind of have to choose one or the, like, do you choose this way or do you choose this way? Where there are benefits and drawbacks to each. And that's kind of life. There is no obvious best thing. It's just like, it's a series of compromises. It's a series of choices. And that, over a very long scale, gets you human civilization. And that's where we're at, is we have several thousand years of decisions that were made, and these just compound. And the game is really good at showing you, one ruler, you might have one ruler who's really, really good, right? Really high stats, really good qualities, really good, like, there's little, like, flavors that you can get, like, you could have, like, a ruler that has an intelligent perk and a perk for, like, gracious or something, that everybody sort of likes him, and he's really good at diplomacy. And during his lifetime, his rule, he could be doing really good, and growing the country, and the economy is booming. But his son, right, and heir is an idiot and clumsy, right? And so as soon as your leader dies and the son takes over, holy shit, you better watch out, because the shit's about to hit the fan. And so it kind of shows you, when you have, if you're not like a republic where you can actually choose who you're leading, which is how a republic works in the game, you get a big variety of choices, right? You pick somebody from the ruling class, that, somebody's family, and there's definitely drawbacks to doing that, or do you pick somebody from, like, the middle class or whatever, and it's like, who do you choose to run the country? All those choices have an impact. And it's like, it would really, like, if you had young people playing this game, or even a simplified version of this game, that those decisions long term, how they affect the country, how they affect productivity, how they affect the citizen. It would be just a really interesting look at how, like, leadership, and how do you lead people when there's no obvious right choice. I think a lot of that is missing these days. A lot of that is missing. We are missing a generation of young people who really don't understand how the world works and how these decisions are made. All they're dealt with is the simplistic, power equals bad. And that's their stand, is like, anybody who's in power is bad. And it's like, the impossible choices. What?
All property is theft.
Yeah, it's just like, that's such a simplistic kindergarten view of the world, and you have an entire group of people, that is their worldview, right? Anybody who's wealthy is evil, right? If you are successful and wealthy, you are evil. And it's like, you could come from poverty, you could be like from the ghettos, and you could be the absolute like pinnacle of making it by your own bootstraps. Like, you literally crawl yourself out of poverty and get very successful, and you are demonized by a group just because of that success. They assume, right? They assume that you got a leg up, right? You just because you're successful, you somehow cheated the system because everybody else isn't successful. They aren't successful, you are. So therefore, what leg up did you get? And it's such a kindergarten's look at the world. So EU5 is a good game to sort of show you that. Like, you can come from a tiny little country, make exceptionally good decisions, and dominate Europe. Right? That is possible. But you have to walk a very fine line, because like, if you're out conquering territory, right? If you're very aggressive, you're going to start pissing off all of the countries around you, right? They call it antagonism. EU4 called it aggressive expansion. And I'd like aggressive expansion more than antagonism. I don't know why they renamed it. It's the same concept. But antagonism is like you're dominating territory. And as you do that, the countries that you're getting closer to that are on the same continent start thinking about you badly. They start being angry, and after over a certain point, they can form a coalition against you. And you get enough countries that do that, they will declare war on you as a coalition, and all of a sudden you're at war with 50 countries, right? And if you're not strong enough, if you're not managing that enough, you will get the snot kicked out of you, right? And they're going to wipe the floor with your country and pick you apart. And so you have to manage that, and you can't just expand indefinitely without pissing a lot of people off, which is, they did a good job replicating that. But it's really interesting. So yeah, it's just one of those games that the more I think about it, is like, this is just a crazy amount of work in this, that it's just crazy what they accomplished with it. So I'm assuming that the EU5 is going to be a game for the next 10 years, like just like EU4 was, that they're gonna continue iterating on it and doing expansions to flesh out parts of the game, because you're talking about like a global scale, right? This is a huge game, so not every country is as fleshed out as every other country, and so they have to start with something, because it takes an enormous amount of time and research. Imagine researching historical events to the level of detail of individual provinces, right? Individual areas of a country, like Milhausen or Brabant or Flanders, or like places that most people have never heard of. You have to know events that happened in that country, because if somebody's playing that country, they're going to expect events that relate to that country, right? Ludi I was watching one of his streams, and he had, in one of his countries, right, in one of his areas, I think he was playing Romania, which is funny because he's Romanian, so he's playing his homeland, right, talking about his hometown and stuff that he's literally playing, and he goes to hire a cabinet member, and one of the cabinet members' last names, he recognized. He's like, that is the name of a castle in Romania, because the family fled there from Byzantium when Byzantium fell, right? He goes, there's a castle in Romania that's named after it, because this family fled Byzantium and settled in Romania, or modern day Romania, and built this castle. Very wealthy family. He goes, that castle is still there. And he shows it on the stream. That last name, he goes, I recognize that. That was the name of the family. And so, like, the level of detail in the game is unbelievable. And so the first expansion, I think, is dealing with Byzantium. They're going to really flesh that out. I think one of the planned ones is China. I think it is. They have a ton of stuff they have to do for China, and I think the Middle East might be another one. Somebody in the Middle East or something, maybe Egypt or something like that. But like the expansion packs really focus on really fleshing out a certain region of the world, and I'm sure they're going to have a North American version. They're going to have a South American, and they're going to be adding just an immense amount of richness to the game, which is phenomenal. So, but anyway, the stream on Wednesday, if I do a stream, if there's no interest in it, like I don't know, maybe I'll just tinker and do some 3D modeling or something if that's what people want to see. But next Saturday, like, depends on what's going on. But I'd really like to just dip my toe and stream EU5 a little bit, and just bill it as a complete noob is trying to play EU5. Like, I have 0 hours in the game, right? So it's like, if I played a game, I would wait to play a vanilla game with 0 hours and just be like, a complete noob is trying this game, and it's just because people like to watch struggle. Like, they don't like, yeah, people like to watch. It's funny. People like to watch experts, right? You like to watch the best of the best play a game, or complete failures, right? There's no in between. You either watch phenomenal, like, high level play, or you watch people fail miserably. Those are the two shelves. There's no in between that I've seen, right? And so the videos that people are watching are the high level or the lowest level. And so the middle ground is like, I kind of know what I'm doing, and here we go. And it's like, okay, whatever. It's just one of these, like, things that you watch. And so a lot of content, if you watch a lot, if you look at your feed on YouTube, the videos that YouTube is feeding you, look at, like, pay attention to how many are like a complete noob is playing this, or a complete failure, or like videos that are billed as like disasters of games or whatever, or like high level, we dominate the world in X game, or we dominate the map in this game, or, you know, I play 100 hours and we dominate this. Like, most of the Stardew Valley videos are, you know, the first 100 days, see if we can get perfection and stuff like this. And it's like high level, we're going to dominate this game, or this is my first time playing it, I'm a complete failure. And just kind of watch and see what the trends are, and see just how many of your videos fall into one of those two categories. It's really interesting seeing the stats. But yeah, if worst games are worse, I would love to introduce, you know, my channel, especially if nobody is familiar with EU4 or EU5, just kind of the high level concept of it. As I'm struggling, I understand a lot of the game. I've watched a lot of content in the last 2 months about the game, so I'm fairly confident I wouldn't be a complete noob in the game. I would know some of the buttons to click and some of the things to look at, but I still would probably fail miserably. Probably declare war on France accidentally and go, oh shit, like that's I'm not going to survive that shit. So like next Saturday will probably be that, unless something else comes up that's more pressing or important, or somebody has a suggestion. But Wednesday will likely be just a low key stream, whatever I feel like in the moment. So it is what it is. I'm always looking for feedback, though. If anybody out there has an idea or suggestion, hit me up on Discord. There's a game suggestions channel. If you have mod commissions that you want to discuss directly, then definitely hit me up on Discord. But otherwise, I want to thank everybody for coming by. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself. Thank you, Aram, for stopping by and being so active in chat. That's very, very nice and handy and very helpful. And I love it, engaging with people. I hope to see everybody back here on Wednesday, where we tackle, whatever it is in the moment. I hope everybody has a great rest of their weekend. Stay warm.